For our places, the Eastern Bay Plenty Spatial Plan. For those who don't know me, Vaughan Payne, Independent Chair of our PGG, and great to see members of the public here already, so thank you for your attendance, and especially thank you to members of PGG for being here, and obviously staff and the great support that we've had in terms of analysis of the submissions. So I'll open our huvera karakia and then go through some formalities before we get into it. So, nō reira me noi tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te ata kura, e tio, e hoka, e hauhau, ti hei mauri ora. So yeah, nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei hui o tātou I tēnei rā. And just want to say that the meeting has been recorded, and the recording will be uploaded to Whakatane District Council's website following the meeting today. And for members of the public, your presence implies that you're comfortable with that broadcast. In terms of health and safety, in the case of an emergency, please follow the building wardens to the nearest exit. The meeting point is across the road at Peace Park, and Gemma's going to indicate where that is now. Thank you. And bathroom facilities are located opposite the chambers or the entrance. I wonder whether there's a quick opportunity for members to, because we don't meet very often, to quickly introduce ourselves and start with you, if that's right, Jackie.
Yeah. Kia ora koutou, ko Jackie Rollison-Steed tōku ingoa. I represent the Regional Public Service Commission. I'm one of the directors for the Bay of Plenty. Our commissioner is Ezra Schister. He's actually on bereavement leave at the moment, so he won't be here today. Kia ora.
Malcolm Campbell, Regional Councillor for Eastern Bay.
As I said, Independent Chair.
Victor Luca, Mayor of Whakatane. Kia ora koutou, David Moore, Mayor from Mopoki.
Morena tātou, Failing Toon, me Mayor of Kawerau.
Kia ora tātou, Aria Kia ora Pukingoa, he uri ahau o Whakatohia. I'm the chair of the newly established post-settlement governance entity Te Tāwhara o Te Whakatohia. Kia ora.
We'll carry on, just complete the circle, that's all right.
Stephen Goodwin, Policy Planner with Whakatane District Council.
Morena, Anna Yonka, Opotiki District Council.
Barbara Ann Overwater, Senior Planner for the Bay of Plenty Regional Council.
Kia ora koutou, Adele Hadfield, Manager of Strategy and Planning at Bay of Plenty Regional Council.
Kia ora koutou, David Bewley, General Manager, Planning, Regulatory and Infrastructure here at Whakatane District Council.
Kia ora everyone, Nicholas Woodley, Policy Manager of Whakatane District Council.
Kia ora, Ben Patch. I'm an independent planning consultant, but also the project manager of our places.
Kia ora everyone, Michaela Gillespie, Group Manager of Regulatory Planning for District Council.
Oh, hello, Jim.
I didn't see anything. Sorry.
Gemma James, the project manager.
Kia ora, Gemma. Okay, so in terms of our agenda, we've got agenda in front of us, and so this morning we will go through the terms of reference, be led by Ben Fitch, and Ben will then take us through a summary of the engagement report, the process that we've followed to get to this point, and this interim summary of feedback. And then for the rest of the morning we will hear from submitters, and we've got at least one apology so far from Holland Beckett, who didn't see the need to be here, I don't think. And then this afternoon I'll hand back over to Ben to take us through some of the key themes that have come through, not just the written submissions, but from what we're hearing today. Look at the vision for the spatial plan, and if we think about the spatial plan in simple terms, it is about a geographic representation of a vision. So getting some clarity on what that vision is will be informed by a youth workshop for us to consider, and then look at next steps. I think too, when we hear from Ben in terms of the key themes, it's an opportunity for PGG members to share what you're seeing as some key issues and key themes that you believe we need to discuss and or enable staff to go away and work on particular topics. But are there any other agenda items people would like to put on beyond that? No? All good? Okay, so with that, I'll hand over to you. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks. I'll go down the front.
Sorry?
I'll present from the front.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
And perhaps, Ben, just before while you're getting ready, just a little bit of context for me. I think that we recognise that there are strong interdependencies between the well-being of our various communities across the Eastern Bay of Plenty, including our iwi, and this is a plan that the leadership across the Eastern Bay of Plenty has decided to put together to plan not just for future growth, but to protect those things that we love and want to look after as the Eastern Bay of Plenty grows. And so it is very much a voluntary process led by our councils, led by our iwi partners for our collective benefit. So I just wanted to, again, we don't get together very often, just remind ourselves why we're here. Thank you, Ben.
Sure. Jen, I'll give you the slides, thank you. Yeah. So I'll begin with the terms of reference. And the request here is that the governance group endorses the terms of reference or provides feedback on it that we can amend and bring back. The terms of reference has a fairly long history with the governance group and in the course of this project. It was initially discussed, I think, in June of 2023, brought back in December of 23, and was redrafted to simplify some of the decision-making structures, which included the change to remove the leadership group level of decision-making and reorient it to give the governance group a bit more direct direction into the project, and also to enable the project control group to make some more discrete decisions in order to speed up the decision-making processes we were working in. It has, since its amendment to its current format, been presented to each of the 4 councils involved in the project and been approved by them, including delegation to their respected representative to the governance group. So again, it's with you today to consider for endorsement and approval as the operating structure for the governance group. So I'm happy to discuss any points on that, but hopefully it is a familiar structure to you at this point.
Ben, if I can just start in the bottom of page 4 of the terms of reference, we talk about recommending a final spatial plan to the partners by September or before September 2025. Thank you. I think it will be useful today for the members to check in, I suppose, that we're all on the same page around particularly the councils, and given that there's an election next year, when that plan needs to be received. So just not a change to the terms of reference, but just a point to note for us to get clarity from at some point today. And from the team's perspective, what's practical as well. Are there any questions of Ben? Kia ora, Mewhane.
Through the chair, please. One of the parts of this piece of work that I've learned as we've taken this year is that language is everything. Language can change or give a different impression to what was intended. So just for reference, the languaging that's been used has been the removal of a particular layer of leadership. My recollection was the intent was to bring it together, so we weren't catching up as often as we perhaps needed to, or would be more beneficial for the pieces of work. We had some parallel processes that weren't necessarily working together. I've had feedback that with the removal, it's given a sense of, so all the work that I did with that particular tier of the structure has been a waste of time. That's the feedback that I've been given. So just wanted to get a sense of assurance that that was not the intention at all. It was always to bring it together to make sure that we were working a lot more closely and that communications were happening a lot more quickly than what they were. I just wanted to share that. And to those who've given that feedback, it wasn't a removal, it was a bringing together, a blending those types of that type of languaging with the intent that we would come together rather than actually what was happening and operating, dare I say, in the small structure, it felt at times, just not catching up as often as we needed to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mewhane. And any response to that, Ben?
Just that I'd agree that was the intent.
Okay. And I think the Strategic Advisory Group is probably the other component of the old PGG, so it's still sitting there. It's just a clarification that their role is around strategic advice as opposed to governance, I suppose, yeah.
Yes, it's a good point of clarification that the people in the leadership group are not removed in any way from the process. It's more about efficiency and collaboration.
Members, any other questions? Someone like to move, noting those comments from Mewhane, the terms of reference. I'm not sure if there's a formal resolution, but that they be adopted or what the right wording is?
Yeah, it would be that they are adopted by the governance group.
Okay. Do we have a mover? Yep, Jackie. Second. Malcolm. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. That takes us to the summary report. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. So in your agenda package was an interim summary report, which looks across the consultation undertaken recently, the engagement undertaken with the community recently, and provides a high-level view of what the key themes were that came through that work and what that work itself entailed, that engagement. The purpose of that report is to provide, again, a summary of that feedback, and I'll talk you through a presentation which touches on the highlights. I'll go through the engagement overview, give you a sense of levels of support based on what was heard by the project team through that engagement, look at some of the key themes of feedback and what was heard about the scenarios, as well as some of the more substantive topics that came through. The engagement period ran from the 14th October to the 17th November. We've collected well over 550 individual points of feedback. That's not submissions per se. Submissions can have many points of feedback in them. The project looked at a blend of online and face-to-face methods to deliver engagement. The results were around 60 written submissions received in, I guess, a hard copy or digital format, a number of social pinpoint comments on the web platform. We spoke face-to-face with over 300 people across the districts in different formats and workshops and drop-in sessions. The social media and digital advertising had quite a broad reach across the community. And the project looked at 2 broad questions across all these avenues of engagement. What are your thoughts about where to plan for new houses and businesses in the Eastern Bay? And what are your ideas about your community and across the Eastern Bay that you want us to think about and plan for? We've provided a summary of levels of support, looking across all the points and points of feedback. About a third were supportive of the plan and the scenarios taken forward. About another third were constructive ideas about what could be done or improved. About a quarter were concerned about various aspects of the project, and particularly around impacts on communities or the environment. And there was a smaller percentage, around 10%, who were more opposed to what was the expressions through the plan around growth or change. Some of the key reasons, when you look at it in a summary format for support, were around alignment with environmental and economic goals, protection of highly productive lands and resources of that nature, the maintenance of community character and retaining that. There were a number of submissions which looked at a consolidated growth pattern, meaning that there was less distributed growth into smaller communities, and that was positive. And a broad theme around sustainable growth and seeing some of the sustainable components of the different scenarios. Opposition and concern were wrapped up in the disruption of small town character from growth and development, broad concerns about infrastructure's ability to cope with further development in the area, costs to the ratepayer, environmental concerns, and a lack of support for existing residents, which is to say there was a preference for working into existing communities before you start investing into growth areas. That's a very purple slide, but this is a prelude to the next set of slides. So these are the summary themes that came through the work in the engagement space. So we had a topic around infrastructure, development, community and lifestyle, environmental and economic opportunities. I'll go through these in just a bit more detail with you. The infrastructure theme reflected an overall desire for well-maintained and efficient infrastructure that supports the community's needs and future development is enabled. It broke down in terms of sub-themes around transport infrastructure. There was interest in addressing congestion, particularly in the Whakatane area around the bridge and roundabouts being referenced. Noting some concerns around existing road safety. I think schools were raised a couple times as well, and the need for safe cycle facilities. Water and wastewater services were brought up repeatedly. This was around water supply, the ability of the core infrastructure, the plants and the pipes to facilitate the type of development being considered in different scenarios, and that the outcomes of this type of infrastructure were going to lead to environmental healthy outcomes. There was a fair bit around resiliency of infrastructure as well, some around the ability to plan for responses to natural disasters and mitigate the impact of those ahead of time and make good planning decisions. And other themes around that came through around facilities for emergency scenarios. There was one that stuck with me, which was, if we need to evacuate from tsunamis, can we have toilets and drinking fountains on high ground, which was, I thought, quite a good idea. Next, please. The development theme reflected a strong desire for a balanced and thoughtful development that enhances livability and also leads to economic outcomes. There was recognition of the link between housing supply and ability to invest into economic growth. Housing development as a sub-theme touched on supply, affordability, the need for retirement facilities, the broad desire to make sure that if there is change happening in existing communities, that it's very well integrated with those communities through urban design and other means. And a subtopic around rural residential development. There was a fair bit of feedback that reflected an interest in sustainable rural residential development becoming more enabled. The commercial expansion subtopic touched on land supply, job creation, and related matters, and also balancing that with economic growth, but also environmental outcomes. There was a category around sustainable development, which looked at how you build things, what sort of water supply, water efficiency measures might be placed, quite a bit of detail in that space, and renewable energy, of course. The community and lifestyle theme really looked at the community's commitment to preserving its way of life and what's valued about living in the Eastern Bay, and supporting thoughtful and sustainable development outcomes, and that wrapped up into community character. There were a lot of submissions reflecting preservation of the small town feel and a sense of community, and a lot of people reflecting on why they moved to the Eastern Bay in the first place was for that type of small town feel. Maintaining unique qualities and community identity. The scale of change was very concerning in some places, and there was plenty of feedback about that. Safety and amenities, making sure that there's parks and safe transport facilities and that sort of thing being provided alongside change. And recreational facilities broadly across the sub-region were of interest. The environment theme. A lot of the feedback here was about integrating environmental considerations into all aspects of planning and ensuring a sustainable and resilient community outcome. That broke down into a couple of key themes, and I guess the environment theme cuts across many of the other themes as well, and you'll get the sense they're all a bit interrelated. Protection of natural areas from development was a big one, so preserving green spaces and ensuring the quality and enhancement of waterways. Promoting stricter regulations around development and how development interacts with sensitive natural areas. And a broad theme sub-theme around management of natural resources, so sustainable water and soil management, soil and land resources, and aggregate resources came through a particular submission, and a broad note around if we're doing development, let's do it as sustainably as possible. Economic opportunities. This was about highlighting the balanced economic development, the need for balanced economic development, including job creation, support for local businesses, and considering environmental and social factors. It's not growth at all costs. The sub-themes here were around employment, supporting local businesses, and balancing economic development. I think those largely speak for themselves. Land supply was a pretty broad consideration in all of these. We've also looked at the scenarios that were introduced as part of the engagement and how, at a high level, the feedback wraps up against those. The scenarios are, there were 3 of them. This is the first one, resilient greenfield areas. There's not an intent by the project to pick up one of these and copy and paste it into the final spatial plan. The intent is that we take feedback about the 3 scenarios and look at producing a hybrid one based on that feedback that picks out the best parts of what technically works, but also what the community feedback picks out as a priority or would like to see changed. Can you go back to the first one? Sorry, Gemma. Thank you. So the resilient greenfield areas did receive a majority of favorable feedback. The underlying benefit was seen to be the structured approach to managing development into areas. There was opportunity seen in here for affordable housing outcomes and enabling land supply to support local businesses. There were concerns raised about infrastructure and the impact of character in this scenario, particularly in the areas that were highlighted for some of the larger changes like Matata. Many submitters saw a preference for rural development options that weren't present in this scenario, where others looked at the reverse sensitivity impacts that this scenario avoids and saw that avoidance very positively. The second scenario was about unserviced rural residential focus and I guess put forward the notion that a lot of development could take place in the rural environment in appropriate locations. There was a broad favorability for this one due to its potential to support resilient and self-sustaining communities if done in a sustainable type manner. It was feedback indicated it aligned well with Te Ao Māori values, and there was encouragement for smaller scale developments across the Eastern Bay in that respect. There was some feedback against this scenario, considering the impacts from widespread rural residential development towards the environment and also economic activities based in the rural areas. Scenario 3 looked at what if growth happened outside the subregion and there weren't the accommodation made for development to happen within the subregion. Most were pretty set against this option. There were a couple that provided favorable feedback on it, but a small number. And that was from a climate adaptation perspective, partly, and from an infrastructural perspective, indicating it was probably cost effective. That brings me to the end of that part of the session, and I'm happy to return it to the chair for questions.
Thank you, Ben, and again reinforce the thanks to staff for the comprehensive analysis and obviously all the submitters who have provided a lot of feedback over quite a short period, so express thanks to all. I think one thing that would be useful is your perspective on a lot of the issues. I can see them falling into other processes, whether it's an annual plan process to fund a bit of infrastructure or a LTP process. Similarly, district plans processes in terms of and regional plan processes to achieve some of the amenity standards or environmental standards that people are asking for. So can you explain in your simple language how what you see the spatial plan, its main value and what it will provide and what it won't provide, because a lot of these issues seem to fall into different processes. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I can happily respond to that, and I'll keep it as simple as I can, but feel free to ask me to simplify further. So the spatial plan is a top level, so the top of the hierarchy, top of the tree, in setting out a strategy that all the different organizations have largely agreed to, that's the direction of travel we'd like to go. Sitting alongside the spatial plan would be a set of implementation activities that are agreed to around what you'd like to work on as a priority together, what needs to be worked on at a collaborative, inter-organizational kind of level. The spatial plan and the implementation plan don't have a lot of detail in them. They don't get to property boundaries. They don't get to a roundabout on the corner of this street. That's level of detail too far for this process. The spatial plan and the implementation plan direct further detailed planning that follows. So that's things like the district plan, regional plan, the long-term planning processes, and areas of further investigation that we're not able to address fully in the course of the particular project. The district plans, the LTPs, they get into a lot of detail about particular areas and projects and the rules of development that the spatial plan itself might only provide some direction into. There's an intervening process that I suspect we're going to need to do, which is around local area planning for areas that might see a lot of change through the decisions made in the spatial plan. That's more at a structured planning type level. So where do you put your roads and your pipes, and what properties are specifically intended for development would come as the next step. And ideally that would be done through a very collaborative co-design partnership-led process around some of the more specific locations. Once the strategic decision through the spatial plan is identified around how much you want to grow in certain areas.
So if we're looking, say, for example, at a particular township, it would probably identify, the spatial plan would identify the scale of growth that's proposed, number of houses and jobs and that sort of thing, but won't drop down to which properties where it would occur. I'm just trying to, because some of the submissions identify particular properties that for growth, and I'm trying to get clear in our heads, are we going to drop down to particular properties or stay up and just talk about the overall scale of growth for a community?
That's a great question. My opinion would be that the spatial plan sits at a blobs and lines level of mapping, so it's not going to implicate specific properties. It's not going to have a property boundary map that sits underneath the blobs. It'll be indicative.
Okay, so then the spatial plan would be picked up, say, for example, by one of the local councils who would start to work with the particular landowners to start to implement that spatial plan and identify which properties where that growth would occur or could occur. That's in particular iwi as well, where growth can and can't occur relative to the overall scale that we're talking about. That's
yes,
how you'd see it?
That would be correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a level of detail that's quite difficult to do across a sub-region in a sub-regional plan. So it's, again, keeping it strategic and then understanding and mapping out that implementation process, which adds to detail later.
Yep, cool, thank you. Any questions from members? Give me a phone in.
Through the chair, please. Thank you, Ben. I completely agree, Chair, that there are a number of processes that councils undertake, that territorial authorities undertake, where there may not be a need for a completely separate implementation plan, but you may find that some of the processes that staff will actually be more familiar with would be able to say this part of what's been identified in the spatial plan has already been undertaken. So it's not a case of having separate lines of work to what councils have to undertake. It may just be a case of directing, particularly for the submitters who have spoken, they may not be as familiar with our processes. For example, I heard concerns around speeding, the road safety. There is an Eastern Bay of Plenty road safety arrangement that submitter just may not be aware of. And given that that's already in train, as well as a number of things, annual plans, long-term plans, district plan reviews, it may just be a case of actually making the submitters aware. Those who have taken the time to put pen to paper, 60-odd, I think 71,000 reactions or whatever I'd read, it's just a case of actually opening up the Houses of Council to be able to share. That's a great idea, and actually we may not have made that as obvious to you, but this is the part of our council process that looks at that. So they may be, I just wonder from our submitters' perspective, they may be looking for a separate piece of work, unaware that there actually already is a piece of work that's happening, and just to direct their attention to where it's already in train. It may be that one of the things we don't want to get into is we've invited people to make submissions in this space and consultation and just leave it lofty. In the strategic space, what's really important for members of my community anyway is actually seeing where the rubber hits the road and where it's actually happening. Thank you, Chair.
This plan really is about accommodating growth, right? Well, we keep talking about growth in the plan. So what is it that exactly we're trying to grow? Is it the economy or the population or both? So what is it that we're trying to grow, and how big should it get? What's a good number? And what control have we got over it? Because there were submissions that talked about, well, hey, we don't want to grow that big. Actually, we want to stay the same size that we are. There were a few of those. So talk about growth to us.
Through the chair, I'll have a go. Thank you. It's a broad question, but a good one. I'll start in the policy framing. The National Policy Statement on Urban Development does require certain areas of the country to accommodate and plan for how to meet demand, which is a forecasting of population growth, which you're familiar with population growth forecasting. It is an art, not necessarily a science, although some might debate that. So we make a projection based on a number of past trends and forward-looking assumptions. Out of that, we can pick a range of population that we consider maybe likely outcome. Out of that, we've selected the NZ High series population forecast as a planning assumption going forward. That, looking at about 30 years in alignment with the national policy statements, gives you that requirement to meet about 12,000 persons of growth, new people coming into the area. We can translate that to a household unit demand as well, which is where we come up with 5,500 houses. Along with that, we have looked at what the employment change might be of adding 12,000 more people to the Eastern Bay, and also in conjunction with some of the larger investments going into aquaculture, for example. Picking there would be about 4,000 employees across the 30-year period that would need land effectively. So there's a policy imperative to plan for development of housing and employment. It is uncertain, as all forecasts are, and does require monitoring and ongoing reforecasting over time to ensure alignment with your investment planning and that sort of thing. So that'll give you, I guess, a sense of the scale and where some of the core assumptions are coming from that underpin the growth notion. But it also requires consideration of how you want to grow, and there's different shapes and forms of doing that, which is where the engagement and community interests and priorities come in a big way.
Can I summarise, or try to summarise, Ben? If we did nothing, what we're saying is that there's going to be more people here in 30 years' time, and we either react or we plan for that growth is what we're trying to do. Yeah?
But I guess the last part of my question is, what can we do about it? I mean, it's assumed that it's good. We just assume it's good. We want more economic growth. That comes with more people. And we've assumed it's good, so what control have we got over this process? Because is it good?
I guess
we just said it's going to happen to us, so lay back and think of England. But is it really good?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, can we have prosperity without growth? There's a book named that title, by the way. So, just wondering if we're actually involved in that process. What control we have over it?
I guess a quick response would be the consequence, in my experience, consequences of not planning ahead for growth outbalance the consequences of planning for it. That manifests in housing affordability and infrastructure deficits against that kind of demand. So unless you're being really proactive about where demand can go and helping shape and direct that, there can be implications around, I guess, the well-functioning of your community.
Thanks, Ben.
Very much Johnny come lately. And I'm pretty sure this has all been covered. I guess it's what does prosperity look like to us in terms of health and wealth? What does wealth look like? A warm, healthy home we all know what that creates in terms of economic impact of that. Somebody who can now go to work, or their child can now go to school because they don't have asthma and so forth. And interesting though. I'd like to get that book. Prosperity without growth.
And just picking up on Arihia's point, that probably speaks to the vision that's later in our agenda. What are the outcomes that we want to achieve in future, whether we grow or not? What's our collective vision across the Eastern Bay of Plenty that we want to work towards?
I think a wise man told me that if we have growth of 2% every year, after 35 years we double our population. I can't remember who said that, but look, just one of the things to take a bit of pressure off Ben, as part of the spatial planning is we're getting direction from central government. We have to provide areas to grow. They are asking for this, so collectively the three councils together, we have to prove it that we have got capacity for growth. Completely agree with all the health side of things. The only way we're ever going to get this over the line with a lot of us is support from central government, funding. Partly, this is what's behind this. I see a little bit in this through the submission process, almost a confusion. This is a district plan change. It's not. This is a spatial plan. We're all very independent councils, but it's pointless us not working together. And for us to grow into Hukataya, we cannot do it on our own. We would have to have support from central government to make it work, mainly due to the roading and major infrastructure. So just a clarification for me is I think there's a little bit of this isn't district plan changes. It's actually providing an answer. Where can we grow? Growth will happen. I'm involved in real estate, obviously, for the last 15 years. Wasn't that long ago, we had probably 25% of our rentals were all empty in a Portiki. We've got over 85 people, 85 whānaus waiting for houses in a Portiki, and every single rental's full. So it's growing already. I guess the numbers will come out, and I think it's across all our districts. We've got whānau that are living in places like Rotorua because they can't find places here. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much, Mayor David. Any other questions of Ben?
Chair, mine's not a question, but it's an observation. And in a previous life, I used to get around the country quite a bit. And even in the new life, I still get around the country quite a bit. Let's not do nothing, because if you look at our neighbours in the west, there are people that are not in accommodation. Let's go south to one of the richest places in the country, Queenstown. There are people sleeping in their cars in the streets, and that's because growth has taken hold of them by the scruff of the neck and dragging them into the 21st century, or the 22nd century, I'd say. So that's why I'm saying we do need to do this. And I know that where I come from, there are people still sleeping in sheds and 2 or 3 families to a property. That's not acceptable. So exactly what you're saying, it's all about, first of all, people, health, and well-being. But listening to Mayor Victor, I'm taking heed to what he is saying, because I just saw one here, and I'm involved in this. The iwi that has some concerns about taking Maratā screaming into the 21st century with 1,500 housing developments, and I'm just wondering where we're going to put those. But I'm not against it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against anybody having any growth, but I am concerned that we do it sensibly and to the protection of their environment as a regional councillor. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Malcolm. Jackie, anything from you?
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Ben, for that presentation. I think maybe to Mayor David Moore's comment around co-investment from central government agencies. I know that we've touched on it a little bit at previous hui around who those might be. And certainly there is opportunity. We've had the Kānoa conversation around RIF and what potential opportunities there are to look at some of the tranches of funding that's coming through there. But co-investing is probably an ideal opportunity, you know, through the ministries, especially around housing and infrastructure. So it would be good to see that maybe a little bit more explicitly within the plan. Another point too would be probably to the chairman's comment earlier around property. You know, understanding what does this part of the spatial plan look at? Like, obviously not to individual properties, but what about to the smaller pockets of communities that do need a little bit of that investment? And we'll see through our submitters who'll be speaking to their submissions today that they're highlighting or screaming essentially for infrastructure for their smaller communities, just so that they've got an equitable opportunity to participate in housing development. So, yeah, those sorts of considerations around what, you know, if it's not property level, then what is it? Hold on.
Thanks, Jackie. Thank you, Ben. I think that's, if there's nothing else, we can
Thank you.
Perhaps have an early break. Well, not an early break, a late break. And we're due back here in 10 minutes for our first submitter. Thank you. It's having a 10that we're running a little bit late, but thank you very much for your submission, and we'll hand over to you to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the members of the panel, your respective worships, and it was a pleasure. Well, it was interesting and informative for me to hear some of the interaction around the table in the last hour, as a matter of fact, just to help me sort of understand the room and understand the task that you've got in front of you and your preliminary views. I was, a little bit about myself. I'm a long-term resident, not born and bred, long-term resident of Whakatane. So a lot of what I've got to say this morning will focus on Whakatane, I'll have to say now, but I hope that it would have some relevance in the other two urban centres as well. Yes, in my background, I'm a chartered professional civil and structural engineer, and as was noted earlier by Ben, a lot of people who've responded to this plan have reflected upon their arrival in this area and why they came here and their initial impressions, the initial attractions that brought them here, and I've done just that. I came here as a 20-year-old and first job, and I remember being, I still am, just mesmerised by the place. Hopi Beach, the vibe of the town, the boating opportunities, the outdoor opportunities, the like-minded people, and so forth. So it's not hard to sort of look at those drivers as they exist today, and then put some context into some of the projections that we've been told about through your preliminary plan. So onto the plan. I found the front end of the document informative. I probably spent more time there than anywhere. The numbers, the projections, I think they're totally believable. And we know what's coming for this district. The ageing demographic is a given. I think there'll be a couple more immigration shocks for this country, so we'll probably see some of that as well. So the numbers I accept, and I suppose the moot point is how those numbers, the growth numbers, are distributed around the district. So that leads into the next section of the report that I got to, which is about where I stopped, and that is when the scenarios for dealing with that growth were presented. Yes, I lost patience and confidence at that point, I have to tell you, and I'll try and explain why in the next few minutes. I think if there are going to be three options, I would fully expect one of them to be the do nothing option. But what I found was, the do nothing option was there, all right, number 2, which is basically planning not to plan, just letting growth happen organically, but let it happen out on the plains and unserviced areas, and cover over useful land. So, okay, that's there, it's amongst the group. But then I look to scenario 3, and it's worse than do nothing. It's bolt the gate and tell people who seek to come and live here to go away. So it comes as a little surprise to me that of the feedback you've received, most of it says, oh well, scenario 1 looks to be the better one. But I'm afraid to tell you that scenario 1 is fatally flawed, in my view. And I'm heartened by the comment that Ben made earlier, that perhaps the outcome of this process will be a hybrid. And for me, that hybrid will include a little wee bit of scenario 1, but a whole lot of something new. As I mentioned, what I'll say from here on is pretty much has a Whakatane focus. I think when you start looking at the distribution of our increased numbers and their demographic and their age, we can see that there'll be around about 7,000 people hoping to make the Whakatane district their home. But of that number, the main proportion will be people like me who want to live in urban Whakatane. That is probably the reason they were attracted here was perhaps a job. They'll need to access schools, services, healthcare, provisioning, and again, like me, they'll be wanting to get in amongst all the recreational opportunities that exist within 10 k's of our CBD. And I have to say, if you took those growth numbers, they represent about 20% of our current numbers district-wide. So the additional 12,000 people is another plus 20% on our existing Eastern Bay-wide population. In my view, Whakatane Township needs 20% growth. It's easy to sit back and say, oh, we just want it as it is, but for those of us who need to make a living, we need to have a sort of a vibrant CBD. We need to have growth and employment. And what I encourage you to do is to think about these existing main urban areas, that of Opotiki, Kawerau and Whakatane, and try and do everything you can to get your growth within or very close to the current urban limits of those centres. As far as Whakatane is concerned, people will say, no doubt, that, oh, but what about the second bridge? Well, I'm taking the second bridge as a given in the comments that I'm making. I think it is going to happen, and it'll happen whether the place grows or not, because of the drivers are there for it. So, looking around our urban area currently, there is great scope to achieve or to accommodate the additional residents. We haven't scratched the surface in this town in terms of infill or in terms of intensification in key areas of the town. And the CBD is one of those areas where there's considerable scope to have some intense developments, right in downtown. These are the things that can turn a place from something that's sort of treading water, as I think it is at the moment, into being a super centre and vibrant lifestyle. And we know also, when we talk about the flood of old people, well, our residents getting older and then new old folk coming in, we know that in the time frame of this plan that we're going to have, in my estimation, 3 substantial retirement homes here. Now there are development companies making overtures to get that underway at the moment. Now, to my way of thinking, we've got to do everything we can to encourage those, to facilitate that development. The spaces exist for them. There are spaces on the urban boundary. There's a space within the urban boundary. There's a space at Ohope where they can happen. Now, I know that's getting a little specific in terms of this governance group's instruction to provide high-level stuff, but I'm just wanting to demonstrate to you that to shift the focus into the existing urban areas is got to be a key plank of your plan, and I believe it needs to be taken into scenario 1 become the headline act in scenario 1. And we look at those other communities and say, well, in organic terms, you're probably going to grow by 20% also. So the provisions that need to be made for servicing those communities still need to happen, but to a much lesser scale. You're not going to absorb the whole district growth in those 4 or 5 areas, I think, across the whole district. It's the urban centres where we want to focus that growth. Yesterday I stumbled upon a very apt one-liner in the New Zealand Herald, attributed to a Reserve Bank economist, of all people. The one-liner is, the best way to forecast the future is to create it. And I thought, well, I need to reflect that to you people today. So my message is, get busy with facilitating the growth in the urban centres. Welcome with open arms developers of retirement homes, developers of lower density residential subdivisions, and and live out that quote. That's me. Thank you, and look forward to a question.
Thank you, Barry. And can I just start by saying thank you again for investing the time in this process and sharing your advice and wisdom with us. Chair Victor.
G'day, Barry. You know I always agree with you.
Yeah, flatline Victor.
Yeah. Flatline, I do always. I can give you some quotes. Here's one. Anybody who thinks you can have infinite growth on a finite planet is either an economist or a madman. How about that one?
20%.
But that's not where I'm going. Yeah, we can accept that growth is going to happen whether we like it or not. And I think you're right. I came back to this place from a city of 16 million people, where 3.5 million live within a very small radius. That's the capital, federal capital, and then it becomes suburbia outside. And we own an apartment on a 15-storey building of about 100 square metres. We've got 500 Kainga Ora properties in this town. The Kainga Ora was and you've probably seen me read me waxing lyrical in the paper about it. And they were going for a 1-to-3 multiplication, which means for 1,500 there, right off the bat. In the centre part of this town, we can go up 7 stories. Is that not right, Dave? Yeah, some areas we can go up 7, but 3 is quite viable. There's a lot of capacity for densification in Whakatane, because I don't think Whakatane is going anywhere, especially since the Bay of Plenty Regional Council is busy protecting us from the river at the moment. So this place is only going to get more dense, and you are right, the infrastructure's here. The reason that 35% of Argentina lives in one city, I guess, is it's compact and efficient, and the infrastructure is all there. But that's the same with a lot of cities. So would you live in an apartment, or maybe you already do, I don't know. Because, it could be townhouses, apartments, 3-storey townhouses, that sort of thing. Is that something that people want or could handle? I mean, I was always against apartment living, but I can see the virtues of it now.
Yeah, I think it's an emerging trend. I mean, we've been about 20 years behind the wave. Yeah. But I think, we've got a couple of examples in town, and I think we can cope with more. I personally can for periods of time, and have done. Not here, but I think there is a sector of society that would be more than happy to be right on the nerve centre and live in a smaller space with that ability to lock and leave, and so sure.
And I'll just add, there are some parts of Buenos Aires where 5,000 people live on one city block. That's 100 metres by 100 metres. You could accommodate our entire growth if you wanted to, if you're prepared to live that way, on a city block. As for your flatline Victor comment, I'll take that up with you later.
Can I just answer your question? Yeah, I could live in an apartment tomorrow. And I don't know whether it still holds this the gold standard, but inner city Vancouver held the title of being the most densely populated inner city area.
I would argue about that.
I'm not sure what the title, maybe the wrong title, but it gave vibrancy. It gave vibrancy and kept that the central district alive. And I'd be quite happy to live on level 2 in Church Street of Portiki if there was an apartment there.
I mean, in Buenos Aires, a lot of old people live in apartments.
Absolutely.
They're quite ideal because you've got a lift.
Barry, you've got our committee members all excited.
Yeah.
And we're here to ask any questions of Barry. That's
right.
Thank you through the chair. Barry, Mr. Cutfield, thank you for coming and thank you for your submission and for taking the time. And dare I say, perhaps for raising a fourth scenario from what I read. It may potentially be a case of having so not at a governance level, but at the operational level, to be able to convey what work has been undertaken to understand the ability to infill for intensification. And that's such a bad word. Intensification makes people in my community think that we're all going to be handing cups of sugar across to each other. Maybe it's just really simply making the best or the most of what we already have before we start considering whole new infrastructure projects that are in the greenfield spaces. We spoke earlier, you may or may not have been here, about the language that we use to convey it. In Kawerau, specifically in my community, there are lots of conversations about the infill option and the obvious logic of maximising use of the current infrastructure before we start having, because of the cost, before we start having to have all new projects or have a look to see if the diameter of the pipes, and I've got some real crash courses from all the civil engineers that live in my community, Barry, but just maximising what we've got now before we start looking out. Sometimes that way of living may not necessarily be out, but up. But what does that mean? Particularly when Kawerau has a swarm of earthquakes in March last year. I do still remember that. But thank you for taking the time and giving some consideration. I'm sure the operational staff will be able to share what explorations have already been undertaken to understand infill intensification capability, and there will be a limit for what it is before we start exploring any new projects, because as an ex-civil engineer, you will understand those are not just sitting on the shelf. There's lots of planning that's required for that. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you very much, Barry. We have John Howard. Welcome, John. And again, thank you for making the time to support what is a really important bit of work for the entire Eastern Bay of Plenty. So over to you.
Thank you. Greetings to you all. I'm just a dairy farmer from out at Awakiri, and much of my focus is on the Whakatane, yet I feel my end part is very relevant to any new developments. Thanks for the opportunity to submit and to be listened to on what could be a valuable process for the Eastern Bay. We do live in an area that is blessed with natural beauty and assets that we need to work alongside with. And the easiest way to do this is to plan for where we think we might like to head, but to be open to opportunities as they present themselves into the future. First, it's great to see that we're not going to abandon the existing township of Whakatane and head for the hills. Second, let's not try and clog up our existing roading infrastructure like Landing Road Bridge. To me, the logical direction for growth for Whakatane would be to the south and the east of Whakatane. Why? Because any extra bridge or roading is going to take decades to complete, and even a Pikitahi bridge upgrade is going to be at least 10 years away, despite what they told us when they requested feedback last time before they redecked the Pikitahi bridge. But this is the object of the exercise. The reality is there may be higher priorities elsewhere around the country, and we really cannot afford to fund this ourselves. Third, thinking outside the square. How could we reduce our existing 8 hectare blocks to say half a hectare, 5,000 metres square, in certain circumstances? Yes, it will not be appropriate everywhere, and there will be many varying circumstances where individuals do not want this to happen because they are living the dream on their 8 hectare block. But many 8 hectare blocks, and I say I'm going to have, and saying I'm going to have to have this, I'm going to have this and do that, and I'm even going to make a little bit of money out of it in the process. That's the original dream. Unfortunately, they often require more work, effort, time, and money than is available for the modern family. And pretty much soon the dream turns to a bit of a nightmare. There are also some cases where soil types are inappropriate for septic tanks. We should avoid these sort of places to avoid another situation like out at Matatā. But having said that, in some cases the opportunity to the immediate surrounding Whakatane township to hook into its greywater system should not be overlooked. I know there are some areas to the south and east where this further subdivision could work well. Areas that are already properly formed roads, so as to avoid the huge waste of land of each having its own driveway. Yes, I know why this is. With smaller lot size, some firm rules need to be put in place regarding the upkeep of communal driveways to assist this sort of development to happen. New residents will know when what they will have to contribute to their own roading maintenance, not councils, because it is a communal right-of-way. I'm not proposing existing large block subdivision down to a smaller block size at this stage, but this may happen in the future and will be something to consider when the opportunity presents itself on a case-by-case basis. On my fourth and final point is around the intensive subdivision and climate resilience. Now, around more intensive subdivision in my submission, I was mostly referring to the Awakeri foothills, but I think in thinking of this, it actually applies to any intensification within our district and the other districts. That is, the provision to allow for stormwater containment or deferral ponds to spread or ease the watershed in high rainfall events. Individual water tanks on houses will do this to a certain extent to capture the water off houses' roofs, but watershed from other impermeable surfaces such as driveways and concretes need initial containment to ease the pressure on the Rangitoki Plains drainage system. I've spent some time walking around Taupo, and they have mastered the art with such bunds in all their new developments because they have something precious to protect, and that's the lake. We too have something precious to protect. It's our rural farmland, and after that, the township of Whakatane. Yes, the Te Rahu Basin is designed to flood in order to save the town, but as rates have crept up along with farming costs, it is important production land that needs to recover as fast as possible. In such rainfall events, I know and can see where the water comes from. I see the water levels rise and count the days it stays and the weeks it takes to recover, and the cost and toll it takes on the collective landowners of having a new lakeside resort. The reality is that it is physically and mentally taxing on the existing landowners who were there first to be drowned out. This flooding occurs in the Te Rahu Basin relatively frequently now, without adding more impermeable surfaces further up the catchment. Yes, this is a regional council issue, but this is a combined council spatial plan, and both councils need to talk climate resilience. So my point here is I do not want to see more inundation for more water runoff from the new developments because the developer was not made to provide for such in their development. If they wish to intensify, this is a must do. And who knows, such natural wetlands may be a valuable asset to the new development. So if the Awakeri foothills was to become as intensified as the Shore Road development, say, we will need some serious and diligent planning around stormwater planning. That, I believe, is not currently required by the developer. Thanks for the opportunity to listen to my thoughts, and I only hope they are of some value to the combined councils in this plan, because if we fail to plan, we've planned to fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. You available for some questions?
If you've got any. Awesome.
Yeah, thank you, John. Appreciate your time again and the advice that you've given us. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Philip, thank you. Philip Jacobs.
Hi, my name is Philip Jacobs. I'm speaking on behalf of the Whakatane Action Group. John Howard is my colleague. He's also part of the group. Colloquially, we are known as WAG. The Whakatane Action Group is a group of ratepayers concerned about governance within local and central government authorities operating within the Whakatane district. My oral presentation today will address just a few broader issues of spatial planning and mostly be reflective of our written submission of the 17th of November, which is included in your papers. The Whakatane Action Group has reviewed the available information from various sources and on the Our Places bayofplenty.org website, hundreds of pages. To some extent, WAG is of the view that it is all a very expensive, time-consuming, much ado about nothing. We understand that there are processes to follow to declare an area for major new housing development, but beyond that, will there be any other substantive outcome of the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan delivered in September 2025? Even as regards a new housing development, Kawerau does not seem to need one. Apotiki has an obvious solution, and it is only Whakatane that has a bit of a challenge worthy of consideration and debate. Economic development. It is noted that the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan is being progressed in conjunction with Eastern Bay's Economic Development Plan, in which comes first, the chicken or the egg play script. While these tandem initiatives are intertwined, WAG is of the view that the Spatial Plan project has not adequately considered economic development dynamics, stresses and risks in the Eastern Bay. It is all very well to be bullish about the future, but no form of economic development in agriculture, aquaculture, forestry, energy, pulp and paper, retirement living, etc. No form is the recognised mainstream future driver of economic development. So who are all these new houses for? First home buyers? Working class families? Lifestylers? Economic refugees from Auckland and America? Retirees? Who? Until the drivers of economic growth and population are clear, we cannot plan new housing areas in any detail because we do not know the kind of houses and services required. Economic and industrial growth is all about integration. Industry needs employees. Employees need houses. Houses need basic services, roads and proximity to major services such as shopping centres, hospitals, recreation and sporting facilities. It is also a chicken and egg situation. Do we need housing and a population eager for employment to attract industry? Or do we want commitments from industry before we build houses for an expanding population? WAG is particularly concerned that the downside risk of an industry failure, for example the pulp and paper industry, and its impact on housing availability has not been formally recognised. The Eastern Bay Council should not rush ahead updating their district plans and building new infrastructure and services until real needs are staring them in the face. A simple build and they will come approach, financially and risk funded by struggling ratepayers, is unacceptable. The right place for growth, Whakatane. WAG does not regard rural lifestyle living away from services as any possible solution. Doing nothing and expecting workforces to commute from afar is also not a solution. WAG does not consider any area east of Manatā as suitable for a major new housing development. While this might be considered convenient to facilitate and justify the Manatā sewage scheme, it is within a tsunami evacuation zone with typically sandy and swampy soils. Expensive coastal sections requiring expensive building foundations are not conducive to industrial economic development, requiring 1,000 and more homes for working families. In our written submission, WAG suggested that areas around Poroporo might be more suitable for a major housing development, as they would also support the construction of another Whakatane River bridge crossing at the Blue Rock Quarry. WAG now understands that current land holdings may not facilitate our suggestion, but in any case, any major inland development of new housing, including Awakeri and Te Teko, has the ability to ease the pressure on the Landing Road Bridge by facilitating the construction of a new river crossing. Moving forward, in progressing the spatial plan, selecting the next new area within the Whakatane district for major housing developments, updating the district plan and then moving into detailed town planning, please avoid the coastlands scenario of hundreds of houses and not a single shop, petrol station or public school to be found. Ensure new subdivisions have appropriate local facilities to avoid continuous daily commuting by every resident just to buy a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread. To avoid the coastland scenario, we need to go back and determine what will be the drivers of economic growth and the population in the Whakatane district. If it is working families, we need to facilitate low-cost housing with primary schools, parks and reserves. If it is retirees, we may need smaller homes, wider footpaths, corner dairies, doctor surgeries, a retirement home and even a helipad. If it is economic refugees from afar, we will need larger sections, larger homes, wider tree-lined streets. Once again, WAG asks the Eastern Bay community to not rush ahead planning major housing estates with infrastructure and services until the real needs are known. Beyond the Eastern Bay, we must not ignore the lights of Minganui and way down the coast to Hicks Bay, and we should adopt Gisborne as our sibling in these plans because their transport needs flow through the Eastern Bay of Plenty and will be enhanced by any State Highway 2 improvements, including a Peketahi Bridge replacement. In summary, WAG is very concerned about burgeoning borrowing and disastrous debt being incurred by the Whakatane District Council. We would point out that Whakatane East and the Eastern Bay does not have an entry in the New Zealand top-down competition. We don't have to have the best of everything. Accordingly, we must avoid unnecessary change and expensive nice-to-haves in anything that is a consequence of the spatial plan. The three councils must live within their financial means and not steal from the next generation by piling up intergenerational debt. We must ensure that developers and their home buyers pay their fair share of new housing development costs and not excessively add costs to be shared by the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Are there any questions of Philip?
The area east of Matata. Do you know what the elevation happens to be?
Sorry?
Do you happen to know the elevation?
No, but
1.1 metres around sea level, if you're lucky.
In the area that's kind of talked about in the spatial plan? In that zone?
Well, the majority of the plains area is very, has a very
Nick,
low
you
level.
must have, I'm just looking for the elevation map, but I can't find it, so.
Most of it's over 5 metres. Some of it's around 10.
Not much.
You're talking about east or west of Marata?
East of Manatau.
East.
Before it does drop away by the river, or the Tarawera, but there's about 90 to 100 meters. It's about 5 metres there.
Yeah, so you're talking about the zone where it's the indicated zone.
Yeah.
What's Awakeri? About 18 metres.
It's all over 10. Once you get
It's higher, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Certainly provided us with some food for thought. Thank you, Philip. Are there any other questions of?
Gee, just mine is just a comment really to Philip. Philip, 70 odd years ago, a town of Kawerau was built. Do you know how that was financed?
I assume the pulp and paper industry contributed substantially.
No, it wasn't. It was financed through a sinking debt, and over the last 70 years that debt has been paid off. So the ratepayers actually paid that, intergenerational. And it's like buying a house. You won't buy a house unless you're very substantially or financially wealthy. So it's, you go and borrow some money and then you pay it off over a substantial length of time. So that's just how, and I've heard this specifically over the last 2 years since I've been a regional councillor, and particularly in a Poriki where we've been, the council and regional council have been accused of building debt for the future, for our children. And that's what my mum and dad did. That's why we have the facilities in Kawerau now to pay for that. So
I have no problem with intergenerational debt as regards infrastructure that will be used by the future.
So you're talking infrastructure?
Yes, but I have serious concerns about about disastrous debt being accumulated by local government authorities around New Zealand that relates to operational costs and their failure to fund depreciation.
Yep.
So they think they are building their new infrastructure with the money they've raised by depreciation, but they actually spent the money for depreciation on their operating costs. And you can find comments about this in the Audit Office papers. They talk about up to 45 local government authorities in New Zealand are not fully funding their depreciation. Therefore, they're effectively living off the credit card and asking the future generations to pay for the spending this year, last year and the previous year.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. Yep, Mayor Victor.
You made reference to coastlands and that there's no shops there, but I lived out there for a while and there's been various attempts to have shops there. They just can't, the number of people around there can't sustain it, or a lot of folk think, well, we'll just go into town. Why should I pay more for my milk at the milk bar or cafe or place that they attempted to get going there? So I guess that comes to the transport issue, and there is a shared use path that goes there from Whakatane to Coastlands, and it's quite well travelled, although poorly maintained. So how is it that something just going to organically, some sort of anything is going to organically just occur there, because it already has failed many times.
Well, I'm aware of a couple of attempts to run a local shop/cafe in one area of Coastlands, but that is kind of only adjacent to, a half of Coastlands. It's not adjacent to a lot of it. So I would not have considered that the ideal location, and that building was obviously built for a different purpose and was transformed. But also, to build major housing areas adjacent to your town, you clearly don't need the same local services. But to build substantial housing in a greenfield site, such as East Matata, I think you need to think very carefully. You couldn't rely on the existing shops and retail outlets in existing Matata. But you also go back to who are the people who are living there and what services should there be, because if you've got a higher number of working families or a higher number of retirees or a higher number of economic refugees, I think the services they would require would be quite different.
Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, well, thanks for your submission. I agree with. Actually, I read the submissions and I found myself agreeing with a lot in all of them, which I guess is what this is about, because it really ends up being a sort of a series of compromises. I mean, but there's some useful stuff in what you presented, so I thank you for that, for both of you. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think the point you're making, Philip, in relation to any major new settlement is making sure it's well integrated with existing urban areas and facilities, and that you're not creating something that, if you like, doesn't make sense in relation to what already exists, and putting extra demands on roads simply because there's no local facilities. So really appreciate your advice and thoughtful consideration for your submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have Barney Gray, and Barney's also, I think you've had handed to you some extra material from Barney in relation to his submission. Good morning, Barney.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Morning, mayors, and morning, committee. Just get a top up. Yeah, firstly, I'd like to say that I fully support the idea of the spatial plan. Tauranga did one over 25 years ago, and it's been priority one, I think it was called, and it's been very, very successful. And it's long overdue here. Give you a little bit about my background. I was a councillor here around about 2000, and I was involved in the hearings committee. I was on there for 6 years and also chairman for 3 years. So they say a little knowledge is dangerous, but it's actually been quite good from my point of view, because I'm a developer. And just I'll give you an idea on what developments I've done. My first one was a block of rural land at Awakeri, just over the railway line on the left-hand side. It used to be the Hepburn block, and they grew orchids and other things out there. Anyway, because we covenanted a lot of the land at the top, it was Kānuka forest, remnants of the Kānuka forest, which used to be around here for a long time. So we were able to subdivide off 5-acre blocks, and quite a successful little one in Awakeri. So I'm aware of the Awakeri situation. The next one was Whitehorse Drive in Makaroa. We did a 44-lot subdivision there, and you can drive around there. And I was quite proud of that one. That was zoned residential, so it was quite straightforward. And then we come to Shore Road. I developed with my company 64 lots out there at Shore Road. That was a little bit difficult because we had to wait about 10 years for the council to zone it residential. It was rural, but eventually that was approved. In fact, it was actually, the story was that twice the council and mayors approved it to be residential. Twice they overturned that, and the third time they did it when they did a plan change, so that was residential. So I know what it's like to actually go outside the boundaries of the town boundary and develop. So That's where I've come from. The spatial plan, I am surprised that I only found out about this about a week or 2 weeks ago. Perhaps I didn't read the paper or the advertisements all that closely, but I've had a look at it. And I'm just very surprised that the authors of the plan didn't consult with developers around town to from their perspective of how you actually grow a town in terms of coming up with 3,000 extra households. There's myself, there's Martin van der Aar, Stuart Munro, Ian Lysart. That could have been a group that could have been actually consulted earlier on. Now, the plan does a great job of presenting the current situation and what you expect to happen in the future, but it's very, very cautious in advocating what areas are available for future growth. Awakeri, Edgecombe, Matatā are all good areas that we can look at to grow the town and increase the housing supply, but and Kawerau as well. I didn't include that, or Edgecombe, Podiki, but I think they've got the same sort of potential. But also in the plan, I think it's probably been glossed over a bit, but there's quite a few areas in town that are probably no-go areas that people actually consider. But I always I look for opportunities, and I think there's a lot of opportunities in land around town which may be, say, particularly unsuitable because of geography or Maori ownership. But I think as a changing scene with Maori ownership, there's some of the suggestions I've made here. Keeper Road is currently rural, and it's joined between, it connects between Whakatane residential and Coastlands residential. Now, the last time the district plan was proposed, it was down there initially as being converted to residential zone, but before it actually went to the final decision, I think a few of the owners along that road actually objected to it, and the staff just pulled it out. But I believe that should be classed as residential anyway. Maori land to the east of the Charter Club at Ahopi. As you're going out down Pūtakau Avenue, you've got the Charter Club on your right, and the next lot of land is farmland and Maori owned. Well, when I was on council, the mayor asked me into a meeting with the Maori landowners and their Chinese potential partners, and they were actually looking to see whether the council would allow the trust to develop all of that area in conjunction with Chinese expertise and Chinese houses. So it never got off the ground. But I mean, that was indication that one of the Maori iwi or hapu actually was interested in talking about it. So Maori land on Ngāti Farm, it's incredibly steep farmland, but there's some beautiful little areas there that could easily be developed into residential. The Maori land on the sandhills from Coastlands to the golf club. I know a lot of these will be turned down straight away, but Maori development is actually changing nowadays, and the concepts are a little bit more business orientated. So I think the council has to keep their eyes open for the potential for things to change in the future. Now, a lot of Maori don't like selling land once they have it, but there's a way of actually getting around that, and that is by leasehold, in 99-year leases that are, very popular in places like Karori and Wellington and Auckland. And at some stage, the Maori business community may just sort of say, we can make a lot of money out of development. And a friend of mine, Terry Morrison, over in Kawerau, over in Rotorua, his son is developing a subdivision to the east of the airport. They've done stage one very successfully. I don't know the name of it, but you can look it up if you want to. Stage one was so successful they haven't had to borrow any money at all for the second stage, and they're actually doing a really nice job there of subdivision. So that's from a Maori perspective. In the spatial plan, I would like to see a lot more details for the future. You've actually mentioned that the townships are suitable, but I think you actually have to give a bit more detail of this. For instance, if you're talking about Awakeri, I would like to see a plan of Awakeri with all the zonings around that township. What's residential, what's commercial, and if there's any industrial, so we can actually look at it. And then also from the point of view of, say, Matatā, you suggest developing to the eastern Matatā. Well, give us the same sort of perspective on Matatā. It's a little holiday spot at the moment. It's certainly, like previous speaker said, you've actually got to develop these sort of places with the infrastructure of shops and service stations and all that sort of thing. So a real town planning job, which David is very good at that sort of thing. So that's what I sort of think. So I'd love to see us in your plan an appendix or something of all the current residential and commercial zones of each of these little townships, and then also a plan of what their infrastructure is available. You know, water, sewage. Matatā is going to jump ahead in the next few years with their new sewage place, but I'd like to see what is available there, and also some sort of indication of where the town boundaries can be extended to for each of these areas. And I think that would give people a bit of an idea, it'd give them a wake-up call to sort of say they're actually getting serious about this. Objections can come in, but also opportunities. And as a developer, I always look for opportunities. And that's why I sort of say these areas here that I've mentioned today are certainly opportunities which we, in 20 years' time could be well and truly brought out. I love I didn't mention, but I've also owned some land over in Hukataia, over in Apotiki. And the only thing missing on that is the infrastructure of sewerage, and they're working very closely on that. They just need a little bit of money from some source, perhaps buying lotto tickets or something like that, but that's going to wait for at least 4 years before we can develop it. So there's a lot of things that have to stack up before you can actually say, yep, we're going ahead, we're going to do 3,000 or 4,000 households over 50 years. But anyway, in summary, I'd just like you to be more specific, or more explicit with plans for future development to encourage this development. That's me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Barney. Appreciate your interest right across the wider Eastern Bay of Plenty area. Your block at Hukataia Road, if it was serviced and, you're able to develop it as residential, how many lots would it yield?
Sorry, I'm not
how many lots could it be developed?
The White Horse.
Hukataia.
Hikutai. Oh, Potiki, yeah. Yeah, what about it?
How many lots, if it was serviced, how many lots?
Oh, for me?
Yes.
We're looking at probably 15 lots, but there's a committee, a group of, they've actually named us the committee, what do they call it, the committee of the ones who are keen anyway. There's 2 or 3 others that overall, the 4 of us, including the Maori representative who've taken over the hospital site, overall could be 150 to 200 housing sites there in Hukataia alone. But I've talked to other people in Hukataia, and most of the sections there are lifestyle properties or large sections because they had to have a septic tank, and I've imagined that a large proportion of them will actually, as soon as sewage is available, they'll subdivide their properties into smaller sites. So I see the tremendous opportunity for growth in that area.
Great, thank you. Any questions of Barney? Mayor Victor?
Yeah, g'day, Barney. You're a developer, and there was talk about going up. How do you feel about going up?
Going up? Well, I heard you ask that question before of one of the previous submitters, but
from a developer's perspective.
As a developer's, yeah, I think that's certainly a possibility. Most of the retirement homes around the country used to be all, set out in big areas, and now they're actually in the middle of Auckland. They're all 4 and 5 story buildings, and people are adapting to that. I probably will end up in a retirement village one day, but not for a few more years. But I don't really care whether it's an apartment or a separate unit. The funny thing is, I know quite a few people have actually moved into apartments around Whakatane, and quite a few of them have actually said, if you'd asked them 10 years ago, they would have said, I never would have gone into an apartment. And they get in there and they love it. Just the security and the closeness and everything else, and parking underneath, they can go overseas and no one knows about it. So people's attitudes change, partly with age, situation and everything else. So, yep, infill housing and going up is certainly a good idea. But, you mentioned some of the places around the world. We went to China. We'd actually had a hearing years ago of the down the bottom of the hill, the apartments on the left there. What's that one called, David? Beach Point. And we were sort of discussing whether they went 5 stories or 6 stories, or 7 stories, I think they said. They knocked 1 story off, the hearings committee knocked another story off, and then after that the Mayor and I, Colin Hammond, and another council went up to China, and we looked at the town planning over there, and we saw a 50-storey building here and another 50-storey building here, and the people, just intensification that we never would want to see here in Whakatane.
Well, maybe we can chat about the intensification later, but our GIS map, does that have zoning on it? You're familiar with it, I guess, but
the
whole system. It does. So all that information is available on our GIS system, which you can get onto by typing in Whakatane District Council GIS map, and it'll take you there.
It's also just on our website.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. We come in through the website, but you can get to it through that. So all the it's actually quite good. I quite like it.
Yep. All right.
No other questions of Barney? Jackie?
Kia ora, Barney. Thank you for that. You did elaborate on the development for whenua Māori being a great opportunity to sort of hone in on housing supply. We've talked about that a number of times within the project around how do we actually open up the opportunity for the development of whenua Māori. I like your tenacity of being able to look at pockets within the community to understand where there is opportunities to develop within the urban areas, because for the most part, whenua Māori is outside of urban areas, and hence the reason why there's not little to no infrastructure. So another example is the one at Blewett Road, so there's a tract of Māori land that has since been developed up that way. There is some, like you say, some elevation issues. Geotechs become kind of a big part of the cost expense that's related to the development of those lands that have a significant incline. But yeah, I think, thank you for that. Thank you for identifying that, and probably hones in on some of the conversations we have had around the opportunity to develop whenua Māori.
Very good.
Thank you again, Barney. Really appreciate your time and the energy you've put into the process.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Now, we had another submitter who's won't be here, so I know Linda's here. Linda, are you happy to come on early? Yep, thank you. Just want to acknowledge to Linda all your work that you've done over the many years for Forest and Birds before you
Thank you.
speak.
Thank you, Vaughan. Morena tātou. We've been looking forward to getting engaged in this process for a very long time. So it's good that it's happening. I'm just going to talk very briefly to some of the points in our written submission, and we'll welcome any discussion or questions. The first thing I want to say is that we need to learn from the mistakes from the Western Bay of Plenty's smart growth, in particular the proliferation of residential development on sand dunes close to the coast. I've had pointed out to me an area in Papamoa next to the college, which is a raised area of ground, which is supposed to be a safe place for people to go when there is a tsunami. I don't know how all of the residents of Papamoa would get there in time, anyway, I'll say no more. So one thing I've been hearing this morning is that I think a lot of people who've spoken to you are not actually realising climate change is the big driver of this in terms of where future development is or should be relocated. We do live in a district with a lot of natural hazards, and we need to be looking for safe areas that people can move to or new people coming in can move to. We definitely don't want to intensify in areas that are at risk of serious natural hazards, particularly coastal and the river. And I know that the Regional Council is building up the stop banks around the town at the moment, but that is only a temporary situation really, because we all know, or we should know, I've certainly been aware of it for decades, that stop banks don't protect forever. And I'm also aware that in the last big flood in 2017, that although all the news was about Edgecombe, that Whakatane came very close to flooding as well. I don't think people realise the risk. The other big general thing is that this is a long-term plan. That's my understanding of it, at least 30 years in advance. And I'm not sure that many of the submissions that you've heard have actually got that point. We're not talking about the next 10 years. We're talking about much longer time frame, and with long time frames you have to plan carefully, and then it enables you to sort out things that might not work if you just went and did it tomorrow. So particular points that I want to make this morning. The first one is that people need incentives or disincentives to be able to move to other areas. I'm sure you're aware of this, and I'm probably speaking to the converted. The big point for Forest and Bird is that any new communities should not be at the expense of biodiversity or natural habitats. Residential development brings pets and pests. We get dogs and cats which prey on our special bird life. We get garden escapes. I've spent the last few weeks in several working bees up in Hillcrest along the edges of the residential area there, removing Taiwan cherries from our scenic reserves. And if you ever want anyone to learn about weeds, I'll take you to just over the boundary of the residential areas in Hillcrest, and you will find a very long list of weeds, environmental weeds. So that's an issue we really need to address and prevent in any new development. The other thing associated with this is having adequate buffering between the residential areas and the natural areas. A big thing of our members when we discussed about this is that there is no, it's sort of in a vacuum. The growth is in a vacuum. It's without looking at the whole sustainability of that growth. And whilst the natural hazard issue is something that's very to the fore in your minds, I can see that, the other side of it is having that growth being sustainable. And the biggest issue identified by our members with the scenario 1 is the whole thing of public transport. If you're going to develop new residential areas away from Whakatane Township, there has to be an efficient and effective public transport system, and that is an essential part of the whole infrastructure. You have to have that transport, otherwise it's just going to be chaotic and ridiculous. These more remote, and then that's not the right word, but dispersed areas does give potential for having more sustainable waste disposal systems and distributed electricity, so that there's not so much disruption from storm events for the power system and so on. So there are advantages, and our members also would like to see that in any new developments that in a dispersed more rural areas does provide for people living there to grow their own food, to become more independent, and this leads on to the whole issue of food production capacity. If you're looking at moving into rural areas, land that's currently farmed, there are advantages, economic advantages in the current commercial system of producing food. It's a lot more economical when done at scale, but it may be in the future that the types of farming and horticulture might change to different crops. That's just something that has to be borne in mind. The soils on the Rangataiki Plains are extremely valuable, and they should not be minimised their productive capacity by being covered in buildings. So, as I've just mentioned, development into the rural areas, lifestyle blocks, that's what we're talking about, I assume. If there are going to be any lifestyle blocks or more development or more intensive, then we think that there should be developments that are more in a village type scenario that enables people to be grouped together but without being sprawling, and maybe there are opportunities for shared services in those developments. So getting to the scenarios, scenario one's the most logical, safe locations for people who need to relocate. But the whole district really isn't a very stable place for people to live, and we really have to have that at the front of minds in everything that we do. And Edgecombe, I have to mention Edgecombe. The last flood was devastating to the people who lived there. When it was being built back, I understand that the insurance industry would not allow people to build their houses up, which might have cost a little bit more, and prevented them being damaged in the future if and when it's flooded. So there's that other big economic driver outside of our district, our region, that is affecting some of the decisions and ways of dealing with these different floods and other disasters. So someone did mention Edgecombe before. Really, with my planning hat on, not as necessarily as my chair of Forest and Bird, I do see that Edgecombe's future is a bit precarious, and it would be a good idea for people from there to relocate. However, I also understand that at the time of the floods, even people who were really badly affected by those floods, they did not want to move because it's their community. And I think that's probably the number one thing that has to drive these decisions. So I don't think I'll say any more. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Linda. Must be speaking common sense.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping, we would really like to be involved in any future discussions, because obviously the dialogue and change of ideas is a really big thing, rather than just people individually coming up and
Can I ask Linda around the ecological areas that, and I get the impact of having residential areas close to significant ecological areas and bringing in plant and animal pests that impact on those ecological areas. What's your level of confidence that the councils have got a good understanding of those significant ecological areas that we need to be avoiding?
I think there's quite a strong acknowledgement that these significant natural areas are significant, they are important. I don't know, I'm not that confident that their understanding of the relationship between residential development and the threats to those areas is so well understood. As you know, Forest and Bird has advocated for a very long time that any such developments need to have strong conditions on the keeping of pet animals and on not planting species that are in the regional pest management plan. But there is a large number of plants, for example, that aren't designated as pests in the regional pest management plan that are nevertheless popular in people's gardens. And it's very difficult to turn that around, as we all know.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a comment. Thank you for bringing the climate change and environment kaupapa to the table. Thanks, Linda.
Thank you very much, Linda. Tātou tūtahi e mihi ana ki a koutou o Ngāti Rangatihi, e te rangatira e Leith, nei rata mihi ki a koe. Ki a koe hoki Francis, arihia, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei wāhanga o tātou. Ka nui te mihi ki a koutou, ko tai mai. Just want to extend our appreciation to Ngāti Rangatihi for the submission that you've lodged, which we have all read, and the energy that you've put into the process thus far, and as Arihia may have shared, there's certainly a desire to improve our engagement going forward, but nonetheless it's important that we fully understand the concerns that have been raised so that that engagement process going forward is a real process, and so kei a koutou te wā. Kia ora.
He te tepu Vaughan, tēnā koe, kei ngā rangatira katoa, tēnā koutou, ko Leith kauma hau te tiamana o te mana o Ngāti Rangatihi Trust. So, kia ora tātou. Listen, I'd like to start by just making a couple of points, and then I'll hand over to the people who produced this wonderful submission. We're delighted with it, and we had a bit of a chat out there about process. Let me tell you, we are very happy with the process. We're delighted with the way the Whakatane District Council brought in some consultants like Arihia and her crew. They were embedded inside the Whakatane District Council and have worked in partnership with our team to develop this submission. So we are delighted with the way that that's been handled thus far. So I'd just like you to be aware of that. The other thing is, I just want to impress upon you how important this kaupapa is to Ngāti Rangatihi. Probably because of my grey hair, you know this to be correct, but I've been around Ngāti Rangatihi politics now for about 30 odd years, and for the last 10 I have been the chair of Te Manu o Ngāti Rangatihi. In that time we have had two really important kaupapa, which I'll share with you, and this is the third one. This is really significant for Ngāti Rangatihi, as significant in our settlement for the Central North Island Forest, where we were given 3% of the forest in that initial decision. But through the mana whenua process, Ngāti Rangatihi is now 19% owners of the forest. And I mention the importance of that because that secures the financial base for Ngāti Rangatihi going forward, that size ownership of the forest. That's the first thing that we've done, which is really important. The second thing we've done is our comprehensive claim. Because we started off having disputes at either end of our rohe with some people at Matata and some people at Tarawera. But we came out of that secure in the fact that Ngāti Rangitihi has mana whenua interests that go from Matata, across Te Awa Te Atua, up the Tarawera River, across the lakes of Tarawera, Rotamahana, Rera Whakaitu and Okaro, across Maunga Ruawahia, and as far down the Mihi Bridge. I don't say this to you to brag, but I just want to say to you, we have secured our mana whenua interests, our lake interest and our geothermal interests for our people to follow. What we now need to secure is our haukainga. We only have one haukainga, and that's Matata. And it is, we have a register of 5,000 people. Not all of them live at Matata, but those that do are really important to us. It's our only marae. So this kaupapa about spatial planning and the development of Matata is vital to us passing on to the next generation certainty about where we live and how we live. Now, why this is important at this stage is probably for three reasons. One is climate change. I'm no expert on climate change, and there are differing views about it, but I think it will impact the people along the coast. And so in this spatial planning, we need to be thinking about those results. But there are some immediate challenges. For the first time, Ngāti Rangitihi is aware, for good reasons, that the council is looking at building 1,500 new homes at Matata. That's multiplying the existing housing stock by 3 times. That is huge. Now, I can understand, Your Worship, why you're having to do this, because to get the government to fund the wastewater system, they've got to justify that in terms of how many people it's going to service. I can understand where the 1,500 comes from, but if you can imagine people living at home now thinking about the way that our little township is going to explode, there are probably more fears than there are sort of positive feelings about growth. The second thing is something of our own making. For those of you around the table, and I mihi to you on the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group, you know that our aspiration is to restore the mauri of Te Awa Te Atua, and the only way we can restore the mauri of Te Awa Te Atua is to rechannel a flow of the Tarawera River through Matata and out to sea. We've met with Minister Jones, and we have a proposal going to him very shortly to do the technical investigation about how we can do that rechanneling properly and safely and appropriately. And some of the big challenges are, if you open up the outlet to the sea, you never know what's going to come in from the sea. There are all sorts of challenges, but we're confident that we can overcome those. But the big thing that he said, if you want the millions of dollars not only to do the investigation work, but to actually do the rechanneling, you have to show that Matata can provide cultural, environmental and economic benefits, not only for Matata, but for the Eastern Bay of Plenty. So the spatial planning around how we can do things to make Matata into a destination of first choice of people coming into the Eastern Bay of Plenty or wanting to stay is really important. So for those 3 reasons, climate change, a huge input or influx of new homes, and the rechanneling makes this probably as important as our C&I settlement and as our comprehensive settlement. So with that, we welcome being here, and I'll hand over to our leader, Francis.
Oh, kia ora tātou, tuatahi mea mihi ka tika ki a tātou, e noho ana I raro I tēnei o tō tātou nei whare, kei ngā hoa o te task, nei tā mātou nei mihi atu, kia koutou rā, ana kia koe e te tiamana, Victor, korua ko Vaughan, nei tā mātou nei mihi. Ko Francis Taina Kore Curtis tōku ingoa, ko au te pau tai ao o te mano o Ngāti Rangitihi. Kia ora tātou, I really want to be able to reinforce what it is that Matua Leith has illustrated this morning around our ability as te mano o Ngāti Rangitihi, both trustees and our staff, to be able to get in front of the kaupapa around spatial planning. I think Matua Leith has said that really well in terms of the anxieties that some of our people at Matata have around the exponential growth or the potential of that under scenario 1, 1,500 plus homes. But let me then just move to some existing relationships that we have under Te Mana with Whakatane District Council. Firstly, we have a really great relationship with some of the people around this table under our tini aotanga o Mātātua o Te Arawa kaupapa for the wastewater project. And it's integral that we retain and maintain those relationships on behalf of our people through to some really great staff. So I see David Bewley here, I see Nick Woodley, and I know that their heart has been in the project where we, as iwi, and there are a collective iwi of 3 that have mana whenua interests in Matata, that they are really important to this kaupapa. However, what we don't want to be able to see is a breakdown of that relationship. Why? Because we need to, as Ngāti Rangitihi, to be able to get in front of this kaupapa for our people. Not just our people, we've undertaken engagement with our non-Māori part of the community in Matata, and so they rely on people like Matua Leith, Tipene Mā and myself to be able to convey some of these messages back to them. The second part of the relationship that has been really strong, and thank you to Whakatane District Council, Matua Leith talked about it, is our ability to have a relationship with Te Awa Punga that has Arahia and her team in there. So I guess all I'm trying to say is that moving forward, we want to be at the decision-making table. We do not want to be able to see 3 potential scenarios put in front of us, and I get that there are reasons behind why they have been pushed out into the community the way that they have, but I think we can capture it a lot quicker as we move forward and be able to have some strong relationships with one another. But what I want to be able to do now is just move it across to Arahia, who with her team has been able to develop a really sound submission on our behalf.
Ka pai. Kia ora tātou. Kia koutou e pātai ana. Ko wai tēnei uri o Ngāti Awa e kōrero ana mō Ngāti Rangitihi. He kaimahi au mō Ngāti Rangitihi i te taho a Te Awa Punga no reira. Kei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa me te whakaaro nui a Whakatane District Council ki etahi o ngā iwi hei painga e pāna ki tēnei kaupapa o te spatial plan. Arihia here working for Te Awa Punga, which we are able to collectively represent and provide advice, technical support to Ngāti Rangitihi, Ngāti Awa, Ngāti Manawa, Ngāti Whare, who in some way or another all completed written submissions. However, in the case of the Te Mano Ngāti Rangitihi submission, one of the things that I wanted to impress on is that Ngāti Rangitihi welcomes the spatial plan, and you've heard that this morning, and the opportunity that it provides to potentially create development. There's a keen interest, and you'll see it inside this plan, in the development. However, they have their own plans for development, and those must be integrated and worked in partnership with They also have a couple of restrictions that sit across their land blocks in terms of developing papakainga, and by the way of only having one dwelling on a lot of their land blocks, they're not able to progressively provide homes for their whānau there, so part of the development must obviously allow Ngāti Rangitihi to grow papakainga for their people also. There's some interest, and you would have heard it, in the potential economic development, and through this plan I would hope that there's some extensive, once it gets to the district plan level, opportunity to build in green spaces and potential for ecotourism that would come from the rerouting of the tarawera o Te Awa o Te Atua. One of the critical issues that they've found in their tarawera restoration group strategy actually is around stormwater. So they've got Emily Afua, who's done a lot of work in kind of surveying different cases of stormwater, and so she's identified homes that actually have their own put-in culverts that make their land nice and flat, but it also runs drains of stormwater into areas that wouldn't necessarily be well received or well receiving environments. So one of the key requests is that, you know, once it gets to the development stage, that effective stormwater assessments are done to consider how water there might be managed. In the case of a storm, we don't need another Edgecombe situation out there. The other thing is that there's a long-standing issue, and I know it sits across the Rangitaiki Plains area, of over-allocation of water resource, and so there's a request in here, obviously, to consider how water allocation might be shared a bit more effectively, and what that might do in the cases of water consents that come up over the next 5 years, to think about that. The other issue, and this is an issue that's actually shared amongst many when you look at the development, is the potential for our people to be rated out of their own areas. And so there's some recommendations that sit inside the submission around having specific rates policies to allow mana whenua to remain on their whenua whilst development occurs around them. Particularly though, and to wrap up, because I could talk forever. You've got the written piece in front of you, so I'm not going to do that. Particularly though, it's about ensuring that development that occurs in Matata has decision-making opportunities for Ngāti Rangitihi, and also considers how their people will benefit and how their well-being will be served through the development process. And we don't have to, I know someone else has mentioned coastlands today, but we can see from coastlands the severe impacts that it has on hokainga around the area of coastlands. We don't want to see that happen again in the case of Matata for Ngāti Rangitihi. So, I guess that's all from me. However, we'll take pātai, which hopefully there's some good ones.
Can I just make one final point? We're talking a lot about Ngāti Rangitihi at Matata. There is also Ngāti Mākeno, Tūwharetoa, Kaurau, and Ngāti Awa. So it's just not, it's just not Ngāti Rangitihi.
Kia ora matua.
Kia ora matua. Kia ora koutou katoa. He pātai. Can I just start around the process? Like, I know that we've got a good working relationship and at different levels, wastewater treatment plant, spatial planning and things like that. Nonetheless, it appears we could improve to make because we don't have a lot of time, probably got about 6 months to come up with a spatial plan that we can put in front of all of the partners, not only our iwi partners but the council partners, so that the councils feel comfortable adopting the plan before the elections next year, because otherwise we've got to hand it over to a new elected council who've got to come up to speed, and that takes time. So it's better that it's hopefully adopted by the current council elected members as opposed to new. In theory, that's the... So I suppose just a question around, given that time frame and noting that our understanding of a spatial plan won't get down to which properties might get zoned residential to enable growth, but it's more about how many houses, what's the scale of development we're talking about for different settlements, and whether there might be an arrow that goes, it's going to go to the left of this existing settlement and not to the right where it's flooding and all sorts of problems. So it's high level. Are there opportunities can you see opportunities that we can do things better in the next 6 months to make sure that we end up with a plan that makes the Maratā community and the iwi of Maratā more comfortable?
Thank you for raising that. I got a bit of a whiff out there that might come up. We did have somebody on a high-level governance group, but for a whole lot of reasons, we didn't engage particularly well during that. It's only since Arahia has been inside the council that engagement has properly taken place. But if we need to be represented at that higher level, and we've just had a re-election of trustees, we will find a trustee, and with the support from people like Francis, to be at that governance level. So if you can point out the responsibilities you want from us at that level, we will fulfil that.
There's a spare seat here. It's got Ngāti Rangatihi's name on it. Over to you, who sits in that seat?
Well, we will go and have a discussion and come back to you with a
okay. Kia ora.
Fill that place.
And I know it's not just at governance, it's at all. But yeah, I suppose we're keen to work through how we could improve. Yeah. Ngāti Rangatihi.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to acknowledge the fact that I am on the Tarawera Restoration Group. But I just have to ask Ben probably this question rather than our submitters. 1,500 houses, where did that figure come from actually? Because I must say I was a bit shocked when I heard that too. So can you just put me in the right?
Sure, it's a good question. I guess as part of the process we went through was initially to net out a lot of areas and land areas from a natural hazards perspective, to look at what was left over, I suppose, from a natural hazards perspective. There was an area of land highlighted east of Matata that was largely unencumbered by natural hazards. When we looked at the scale of it and made some assumptions around I guess how much you could put in there if you were to try and do as much as you could in that space, that's where the number 1,500 eventuates. A series of density assumptions. Sitting alongside that, there are not many large-scale options for accommodating growth in the central area, that central kind of corridor.
Okay, Chair, I guess that answers that. But I think as Lethan and Francis and co have spoken about, I think it is important that we just don't go jumping into this at this point in time, because I've heard councillors from Whakatane and that talk about the possibility of, say, 200 lots going somewhere near Maratā in the future. But when we come along and put 1,500 there, we're just about talking about surface paradise now. So that sort of is a bit of a worry. And as I say, the strain on the river is my concern. Yeah, it's just, I'd just like to have mentioned that anyway. So thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora tātou I te whānau nā kaitiaki katoa o Ngāti Rangatihi. Thank you for coming in and for your submission. Also just wanted to acknowledge that Kawerau District Council members, active members, energetic members of the Tarawera Awa Forum. That is our kaitiaki. It is our responsibility, and it won't be a secret to anyone in the room that our history with regards to our relationship with Tarawera Awa has been less than favourable, and we are working with the officers and the guardians of the day to see that we do things better. I just wanted to share that there were a couple of themes that were raised in your kōrero this morning. One of our earlier submitters spoke about learning from the past. So if we have that, we do a lot of that in Kawerau. If we do have the opportunity to just revise, if there is a better way to step forward and move forward for certainty of where we're going to live and how we're going to live, I think I heard in the submission this morning, then by all means let's do that. I would encourage all of the communities across the Eastern Bay of Plenty, anywhere really. However, let's not lose sight of what also does occur well. We're often a sector that's so obsessed with finding all the things that went wrong that we lose sight of the things that actually went so right. And in our efforts and intent to want to resolve problems, it will come at the expense of some of the other good things that occur. One of the other matters that was raised was about te ao, te awapunga, some of the arrangements that are already in place, te niaotano o mā tātua o te aroa. That was also raised earlier by one of our other submitters. So where there are currently arrangements that are working well, the intent isn't that the spatial plan will actually create a siloed implementation, execution, but there may already be forums, arrangements, partnerships or work streams that are in train. What we perhaps can do is articulate better which parts that have been identified as part of the spatial plan, where they currently sit and fit with other processes. Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Victor.
Just wondering if you're actually aware what blocks are proposed for these 1,500 this residential development of 1,500. Have you got that with any sort of precision, your understanding of it?
I think we understand the bulk of it will be on Burt's Farm. There'll be smaller blocks, but unless you can buy Burt's Farm, there's nowhere else to build 1,500 houses. So it's pretty limited, and I'm not sure at the moment Burt's Farm is for sale.
Burt's Farm?
Burt's Farm. You know, right down at the cut where we stopped?
Yep.
That's the point of it, and it finishes up at our urupa.
All
of that land from our urupa right down there is what we call Burt's Farm. And I'm pretty sure that about the only place that you could build 1,500 homes. There are some small blocks of whenua behind them, but they wouldn't have the capacity to have any more than maybe 100 houses. So was that where you're thinking about doing this building?
There's about 90 to 100 hectares of land to the east of Pollen Street that is over 5 metres around, roughly. And so depending on the how dense it is, that's the area that would grow. And the lion's share of it is, there's a couple of Burt's Farms. The lion's share is one of them. There are some Māori freehold land along Pollen Street as well, which would be logically the next area that, if there was to grow, would grow. And beyond that, then there's a Burt's Farm. So most of that area is taken up by either that Māori freehold land, which is a few different blocks, or there's that Burt's Farm. But basically, it's just a high-level number based on how much land is there above a certain RL that would therefore be out of those flood areas, and you could grow.
And the minimum RL is 5 metres.
We've set it at 5 metres. Yeah, it does drop away quite quickly into the rivers and the catchments of the river. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Fukushima was 10 metre wave, and it ran up 40 metres in height inland. So 5 metres is not a lot, but mind you, we're at 1 metre here.
Could you just explain what you're talking about with 5 metres? What does that mean?
So 5 metres above sea level.
Oh, okay.
Above some sort of reference sea level position, yeah. Because, the idea is we're supposed to move away from the coast. But look, a notable place to the west. How high is Papamoa? Does that make 5 metres? I don't even think it would.
Between about 5 and 7.
Yeah.
The disaster waiting to happen.
So apart from tsunamis, there's the issue of storm surges and things. I don't know. But thank you for the presentation. I'm plugged in anyway, so.
Yeah. Well, yeah, around the table are some people who we're working very, very closely
Yeah,
with.
no, thank
Not
you.
only on spatial planning, but also on restoring the awa and te awa te atua. So it's a good relationship. Anyway.
Thank you, Matsua, Keith, Leith, Francis, and Ada here for making the time and for your constructive feedback. And we look forward to continuing to work and working through issues so that we end up with something that the community is comfortable with. So.
Can I just ask, who coordinates this governance group that you offer?
Gemma is our coordinator.
Maybe I'll come and talk to you. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyway, ka pai.
Kia ora no.
Kia ora.
Check our agenda.
That's it, is it? Or...
So, whānau, we have a lunch break, and it says that we regroup in an hour, basically. Do you want to regroup in an hour or less? Less? So shall we regroup at 1 o'clock? Is it fine?
Yep. Whatever.
Okay, thank you. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. We'll reconvene.
More expensive the older they get.
So our topics this afternoon start off with a presentation from Ben and the team in relation to key topics, and I suppose this is a staff analysis of what are the key issues that point to that need to be addressed, and therefore are we happy with the direction of travel with respect to those various issues. Following the team's presentation, we'll go around and see whether or not these topics, issues from committee members that you think might need a little bit more attention, or at least give some feedback on the recommended direction of travel back to Ben and the team. Did I get that right, Ben?
Very nice, thank you.
Okay. So if we're happy with that, we'll carry on. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Vaughn. So I'll just start with the purpose of the next set of slides. Through examination of the feedback through the engagement period, there were some substantive topics that were specific and influential on their own merit, or that were recurrent, and we wanted to bring forward for discussion with the governance group, and alongside that, indicating the project team's really preliminary emerging direction as to how we might approach each of these. We've not caveat that with, we've not had a lot of time to work this up, so it is very preliminary, but it seemed a key opportunity with yourselves to gain some traction and direction ahead of meeting on December 18th around the next direction setting with yourselves. The topics, sorry, before I go on, we did not have the benefit of the late submissions at the time this was drafted, so there are some elements that we might have changed or added following that. The topics include the settlement pattern, and there's a few items within that, resiliency of critical infrastructure and climate resilience. Fair bit of text on these slides, but I will speak you through it. The settlement pattern, the subtopic here is the balance of intensification versus greenfield development, which I think you heard spoken to earlier by various submitters this morning. Some of the feedback around scenario one was that infill should be a broader source of housing supply. There was feedback about scenario one noting that it does not look at infill development as a large source of supply. Within the feedback as well, there was a minor push towards intensification in Kauro, including duplexes and some townhouses, balancing that out with open space and amenity and character. Emerging direction around this particular topic from the team is that we'd like to identify successful parameters for greenfield development. What does it look like when it's done well in the course of the spatial plan? Looking at connectivity, employment, integration with existing urban areas, the match with housing needs, resiliency to climate change, and other topics in relation to that. And provide further clarity around some of the limitations with respect to natural hazards that are constraining infill intensification within certain areas of the townships in particular. And then a note around the district plan project ongoing in Kauro district, and the relationship of the direction being promoted through the spatial plan and that particular project. So the spatial plan will feed into that district plan review. The second topic under the settlement pattern is around Matata as a growth area. Scenario one stated that Matata would have a minimum enablement of 100 new dwellings, with the 1,500 being contingent on a large-scale wastewater treatment plant being feasible and funded. I think you've heard today and are probably quite up to play with the feedback around that, so I won't go through that. The emerging direction which the team has come to at the moment is around acknowledgement of the community views and providing additional technical detail on the staging, required infrastructure, what further investigations might be required around natural hazards and other development constraints, but also to identify a process to work with the community to prepare a master plan as part of implementation next steps. So not making a final decision on exactly what things look like, but recognizing there's a process to come, which involves the right people at the right times. Arahia, did you want to add to this slide?
Yeah, the only thing that I want to add to that is probably when it gets to the level that that's going to be enabled, there probably needs to be some direction sitting inside it on how you're going to partner with the iwi groups, hapu groups out there, particularly around the master plan as part of implementation, potentially an inclusion for Māori housing. And there was also some discussion across the board on rates policies, so probably need some kind of direction sitting in there around how that might be addressed.
The next component of the settlement pattern was rural residential development. There was a broad amount of feedback around the desire for additional rural residential opportunities, some of which you heard spoken to this morning. Alongside that, there was support for smaller scale developments where communities can be resilient and self-sustainable. Papakanga housing, multi-generational housing opportunities were highlighted, and there was conversely some feedback from the likes of Horticulture NZ or Fonterra around the implications of rural residential development towards economic activities in particular. Emerging direction from the project team is to have a look at whether there's areas where we can say rural development could be more enabled, and whether we can more clearly delineate areas where we would not support or preclude it due to reverse sensitivity or natural hazards. We would consider how the spatial plan could signal this until the RMA processes can explore an appropriate regulatory response, notwithstanding what's already in those plans. The next item were, I think there's 3 specific properties that have been brought through the submission process, or groups of properties. And some of them are fairly large. The first one's the Maori Land Trust's submission east of the golf course, west of coastlands. The second, that's about 190 hectares of Maori freehold land and freehold title land. The second is the Opihi structure plan, landowners seeking recognition for the existing development rights of that particular area. Emerging direction from the project team is that we would like to think a little more closely about the Maori Land Trust's adjacent coastlands and consider the implications and opportunities around that as part of the settlement pattern. There are opportunities there. It's a large-scale piece of land. If it were to develop, it could defer some investments or defer some of the staging of other areas that might come forward for development, like in Awakiri or Matata, for example. The Opihi structure plan is already within the district plan, so that's part of the baseline assumption for development, and we can make more specific reference of that in the plan when it's developed. There was a further area of land identified west of the Potiki district, which was referred to as the Baird Road and River Flats land parcels for industrial commercial use from one submitter. I understand that the Potiki District Council is undertaking a detailed study of industrial and commercial land at the moment, and the project will take direction from that in terms of response to this particular land parcel. The next item is the resiliency of critical infrastructure. There was feedback around this topic of the need for resiliency of infrastructure, existing vulnerability of the road network around State Highway 2, 35 bridges and roads, rail network at key points as well. And particularly in the context of climate change modifying natural hazards over time. There were suggestions about building new bridges and even a tunnel for that matter. NZTA provided a submission recognizing their existing investment planning towards resiliency and those related outcomes in the NLTP, current one. The emerging direction is to, I guess, if I could sum that up, provide a bit more specificity around what criticality means in the infrastructure space for resiliency, and look at how we can communicate that quite clearly through the plan. There might be an implementation action recommended around things like criticality assessment and ongoing work with critical infrastructure providers. Anything from you right here, Nicholas?
No.
Okay, I'll keep rattling on, then I'll come back to you for questions. Next, please. Climate resiliency, and the specific feedback here was around people questioning Matata and Awakiri from a resiliency perspective, particularly in terms of the impacts of natural hazards driven by climate change on existing settlements and the long-term growth areas outlined in scenario 1. The information scape for natural hazards is dynamic, I guess, and we're receiving new information over the course of the project, which we'll look to share with the community when it's available. As part of next steps around implementation and planning of certain areas, we would like to ensure that there's a suitable requirement for climate change and natural hazard risk assessments that inform the development of growth areas and inform the subsequent district plan changes. Promoting integrated approaches to managing critical infrastructure risk is one of the key things we need to work towards in terms of the extent of future growth areas and informing the actual delineation of those through subsequent RMA processes. And just fundamentally considering risk to communities as a key principle. I think that is the list at the moment. So if you want to, happy to return to the chair for questions. I realize that's an awful lot to take in a short space of time, but certainly looking for direction for what might be missing off that list that's top of your minds, or feedback on the project team's direction emerging.
Me, Victor.
I mean, just talking about my rohe only for now. I think there were some quite good points made. In fact, I read the submissions, as I said before, they all had some good points in them, and that's the art of this thing. I think it's the art of sort of compromise. But if we have to have growth, which I'm not a great fan of, then it needs to be managed. I think that Barry Cutfield's comments were very, very relevant. You grow where you already are. It makes things a bit easier where there's already infrastructure. That's the reason why cities develop into cities. Whakatane actually has easily potential for another 1,500 dwellings here. That was Kaingora's plan before they got scuttled. And that's just looking at their 500 properties. Our sewage treatment system has got capacity for 18,500 connections. It's only got 6,500 going into it. There's plenty of expansion here, and that's what I was saying at the beginning. I mean, the place exists. We're not going to empty it, are we? 66% of the district lives in Whakatane. So it's the obvious place to build on, and I think there's some potential. I won't go into any details, but there's a cause for optimism there. Marata, 5 metres above sea level that you were talking about, still coastal. When the idea was to retreat from the coast. Awakiri is 18 metres above sea level and well and truly inland, so not so much of a hazard risk, tsunami risk there. Though some parts of it are low lying, they can be built up. So I think that I agree with what Cutfield was saying, that scenario 1, which says, well, we're not going to do too much infill, I personally think that's wrong. I mean, as I said, I've lived in a city where there are 5,000 people living on a city block. So if you go up, you can, there's a lot we can do just in this town area for a start. I'm not saying that you don't look outside of that, but we've got much more capacity, and it's been underplayed. which I don't understand why. Given also our sewage advantages, I don't know about the underground infrastructure, whether it can cope with. How much more development can we cope? Well, that's a question that can we cope with? That's a question that needs to be answered. Is there underground infrastructure in Whakatane suitable for plugging in another X thousand connections? I don't know. Technical question. So I wouldn't mind an answer to that one. Forest and Bird talked about not enough focus on climate change. Well, that's their obvious, bias, with which I've got some sympathy. There were good things in all of them, really. We have to start with a plan. It's not necessarily the be-all and end-all of everything. And our plan that we seem to be converging on is not so much different from our growth strategy that's been on our website for a long time. When I look at the blobs of places that were... Winery doesn't seem to be in play, but it was back then. And some of the submitters mentioned the Marae Tautra Blewett Creek area. That doesn't seem to be in play, but it was highlighted in our growth strategy quite some time ago. The Pora area, most of it, as far as I can tell, is Maori land, isn't it? I've got the Maori land map here, but there's a lot of grey in it, so I presume that I'm not sure what potential there is in that area, and out towards the southern end of town, heading towards Waimana. Seemed like good spots, but anyway, we're not getting into specifics. The idea of having the actual Barney Gray's area of having the map, but he's got it if he wants it, but it's just not highlighted anywhere with the actual zoning indicated on it. Seems like a good idea, but if we've got it already covered off, then it will just be a matter of sending people there. That's about it for me at the moment.
Do you want us to respond as we go, Ben, or Nick or David, or would you like to hear all the feedback first?
Very easy. We can feedback as we go, or we can sum up.
I do have one more thing. The health dimension is one thing that I've been pursuing. So I'm after the cancer database for New Zealand, and I'd like to see if that dimension actually shows anything, but that's a kind of a researchy thing. I'm not sure how good our databases are for notifiable diseases and stuff like that, which GNS has got, to see if there are any hotspots. But we don't have any specifics at this time. But I think that the health dimension's an issue that doesn't seem to have got a lot of visibility in the plan.
Happy to continue going around. I just wanted to highlight we are meeting with the Bay Plain DHB this week to chat through some of the health-related comments.
So we'll keep going around, Ben, is that what you're saying? And then you'll wrap up that way?
Through the Chair, just a suggestion, I'd grab them as we're going, because we may actually go into different spaces. That would just be my recommendation. And then actually there may be a follow-on from the response or not. That would just be my recommendation, Vaughan, so that we're not tracking over ourselves and trying to play cool memory games across a range of different views. That's just me trying to be helpful and catch it as we go, at the risk of repeating ourselves as well.
Sure, happy to respond. I tend to agree with most of the feedback, so I don't actually have much of a response. Happy to look into some of the items that have been highlighted, particularly evolving the health discussion as we intend to, and bringing back some feedback on infrastructure capacity availability in the urban areas as well. Happy to do that.
Yeah, anything to add?
I mean, I could...
The question of Edgecombe as a node, are we kind of deciding that given its history, it's not a place where we would contemplate any sort of... I mean, the settlement is there, 600 houses. Is that... I just question, I don't know enough about it, but given that it exists, it's quite inland. Okay, it's near a river, but we're all near rivers here. There's 3 of them that come down through these plains. That's why these plains exist in the first place, because of the rivers. So we've learned to live with them. It'll be increasingly difficult to do that, but
Do you want me to jump
live on them and with them.
Yeah, can I test a couple of ideas with you? Just answering that last question, I think there is a bit of a deliberate ploy here to not encourage further development in Edgecombe. It's low lying, it is in the middle of the plains with estimates of groundwater levels rising. So I think that is part and parcel of the plan, and you can test that if you agree.
Yep, it's all good.
I'd quite like to just put on the table this idea around whakatane and its intensification or growth, because I think it's a pretty critical issue to the whole debate, because you are trying to balance your natural hazard risk, climate change risk against future development in a location that is susceptible to those hazards. And so I think that's what the plan to date is trying to say, look, maybe it isn't sensible to intensify to the levels perhaps we've heard this morning for that reason, and therefore further development in land is actually a better option. But that's probably the ultimate thought process you really need to think through, because you obviously do have this level of investment in whakatane. You've got it in Aporiki as well. And so really I guess that is the question for you. Where would you like to sit on that?
I mean, what you've just said is this thing I could have said since the inception of whakatane. We always knew it was a river floodplain. We made it our home. 66% of the district lives here. So unless we're going to see it disappear, because you can already see that there's empty blocks around if you go for a drive. I think that's a major point of discussion that needs to be teased out.
I think just in terms of your comments around servicing, water and wastewater, yes, there's capacity. Stormwater is the issue. Essentially whakatane is a bathtub. And at the moment you rely on your stop banks to keep the river out, but it also plays the other way in that it fills up in a heavy flood, and we struggle to get water out and into the river. So that's your hazard, your flood-prone layer coming into play.
Can I make a suggestion, just put something on the table, and that is we've heard from Ben around some, perhaps the direction of some parameters to guide infill. I think it was, I can't remember what it was. We heard from Linda Conning around PT and needing to have a position around sustainability of future settlements and things like that. We've heard, I think there's a number of sort of principles that we need to agree to that relate to the overall sustainability of our Eastern Bay of Plenty region. Then there'll be principles that are specific to new settlements, like PT and whatever it is, and then there'll be principles that relate to existing settlements, and within that existing settlement one, you'll go, do we enable intensification or not? So you might go no for Edgecombe but yes to whakatane. But we need a principle that relates to, if you like, about infill housing intensification, and it will be settlement specific, but it might be that we start to have some preferences that we go, the first preferences is yes, infill housing, unless there is a threat of climate change or whatever the threat is. And so if we can, if you like, we can start to wrap our heads around some principles because it's really hard for our communities to not agree with a principled approach, and then that would inform our making sure that our strategy is principled based and not sort of reactive to perhaps issues that we're hearing today that aren't future-proofing ourselves, because this is about a long-term plan. We're trying to plan for people who can't actually speak for themselves today. So I wonder whether that, and I know that we've done work already on principles and critical success factors, but making that really explicit and having that framework, I think, would make things flow a lot easier when we start looking at particular settlements against those principles. And I think I've heard from Mayor Victor that one of his principles and or preferences would be, our first preference is to grow existing settlements. But where that's not possible, whether it's Edgecombe or Whakatane or whatever, then we start looking at greenfields development. But it's taking that principled approach so the community end up being able to follow our logic when we go back out to the community.
I guess I wasn't saying that we're taking greenfields off the table. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
First, there's no data. You haven't. I don't know if there is any data. Maybe I'm wrong, but at least tell me how much potential infill there is here, because I can guess that if I just turned every Kāinga Ora property into a triple, which is what they intended to do before they got castrated, that's 1,500 new buildings. That's already a big chunk, just with what we've got, without looking for. And the infill has been happening here already. Council's ticked it all off. Well, when we first settled here, we knew you built off the ground. So my house is 800 mil off the ground. It's just on the border of the flood zone. Now we're allowing building platforms at ground level. So, how dumb is that? I mean, this is what we've been doing. We've already been intensifying. They were all quarter-acre sections. They're all divided up into 2 or 3 now, most of them. There's still some quarter-acre blocks. So the question is, yes or no to infill. I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying how much, where, is there really scope, and how much, at what cost? How cheap? How much cheaper is it compared to going and doing a greenfields where we've got to put in all the pipes for people who aren't even here yet? I mean, this is the sort of thing that happens. This is how we built the country, and this is why we have an infrastructure deficit. We've grown and we've done no thinking about the consequences of it. So that's my little rant.
In a way, Ben, I've seen principles that you've articulated and the team have articulated. It'd be quite good to group them together. Hey, these are the principles that we're trying to apply. Are you happy with those principles? Then that makes our job a lot easier when we get to specifics. Is that helpful?
I think it's helpful, yes. Yeah, I'm happy to work with the team to pull that together.
I wonder if there's a way also to, inside that principle, address where that growth has had adverse effects on other people and how you might change that. I refer back to coastlands because I think that's a really good example for my people at Ngai Tai Whakaia. That's been extremely detrimental to them. And, just the other week when we were there engaging on behalf of this, we had some of our whānau crying about the most recent wastewater overflow into the Oreni. And, all of those things come down to the fact that you've got a settlement up there of Ngai Tai Whakaia that is not connected to any water reticulation services, and yet it's their awa that suffers by those around them that are. So I think inside that principle there needs to be some consideration for what provisions will be provided to those who suffer the most.
Can you just... So Tai Whakaia is not connected to any reticulated...
Not those that live in our pa. No, they're all on tank and sump.
And drinking water's on tank?
Their tanks are connected to Braemar Springs.
Oh, they are connected to Braemar Springs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so drinking water they're connected onto the system, but wastewater...
Wastewater they're not, yeah. And their preference is actually to not be connected to Braemar Springs, but at the time I think they said when it was put in, Nani Hana said that that was the only option that they were given, so that's where they ended up rooted to.
Kia ora here. So I'm just going to go around the committee members to check in if there's any other questions.
Gee, I took heed to what Barney Gray was talking about as far as Māori land and the initiatives that could be taken, talking about the 99-year lease thing, and that's something that I have banged on in Kawerau for many years, because we are a town that is landlocked in Kawerau, and its major owners are Te Whare Taua ki Kawerau. But there's a whole lot of infrastructure already going into which was a long-term plan that was built many, many years ago for the town to grow, and it didn't eventuate for obvious reasons. That the settlement trust ended up with the land, and they've used it for other options. But there's many, many places that we should be looking very, very seriously about. Live on their own land, I believe, and freeing up those possibilities. And they're not going to go and live in a danger zone or a flood zone or anything else like that. So that is one big concern to me. The other thing is quite you look about one of the fairly extensive block of land in the middle of Whakatane. And boy, oh boy, I'm really treading on shaky ground here. But you know what? I can stand in the middle of Whakatane, and within, as the crow flies, there's 3 rugby fields sitting here. And, you can make a marvellous rugby field out of town. And it means that everybody would have decent parking or get some decent parking, because it's one of the worst.
We've just started recording. Yeah.
That's fine, but it's got to be said. And that's the trouble. We're too scared to say things and get it on the table. But and yet we went through 1,500 houses at Matata and didn't talk to the people of Matata first about it. That's what I'm saying. There's a whole lot of scenarios there that we really need to look at. But that and industrial from industrial sites, one of the most visionary concepts of industrial site would have to be in Rolleston at iZone, which Mayor Calvin Coe came up with, and there's a lot of people, 5,000 people work at that iZone, but there's also a lot of people that are actually residents in iZone, so you can be able to live and play, live and work in those industrial zones, which is we are sorely in the need of. And yes, we've got a large area in Purawaki Trust development in Kawerau, but there are some issues there too, and that's all leased land, and it's getting people's mindsets to think about long-term leases is the future. And just for the record, half of the industrial zone on the left-hand side of Hewlett's Road in Taronga is leased. So yeah, so there's a whole lot of things going on. A great plan, and the submitters, I totally agree with Mayor Victor that there's good parts in all of them. They really are, and you've got to be mindful of the fact these people they're volunteers basically. They've gone and put their time and effort in, and they care about our community. So that's great, and it's great to have them doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, probably just touching on what has already been said already around the opportunity for development on whenua Māori. I would hate to think that would be a missed opportunity, because we know that most of the, as mentioned, whenua Māori is outside of the urban growth areas. But if we're looking at equity, and I know that we've talked about it numerous times at previous project workshops, the equity kind of hasn't been there for mana whenua to be able to develop their papakainga or their whenua, and yet they bring some amazing innovation into the thinking. And so we heard it this morning, as well as at previous workshops. We had Ruben Araroa talk about what they're wanting to do out at Te Teko with raised pā-like whare to, get around the flooding risks out there on the plains. But yeah, I definitely think it would be a missed opportunity if we were to sort of not ensure that barrier of infrastructure is not incorporated into the spatial planning to enable that. So I think that's pretty much it. There was the other thing too around, the tension. There is still a tension between housing development and retained green space. I totally get that. So, that can create more issues when it comes to ensuring that we can put some infrastructure there, because the minute you've got infrastructure that's coming from primary pipelines outside of urban growth areas, then essentially you run the risk of losing green space, because there's now more capability of being able to hook onto those services. And I know that that's a tension for a lot of iwi, but if we look at the submissions that we did receive from the iwi relating to this, and they were pretty explicit about their housing aspirations, it would be pretty remiss to not take all of that into consideration. And one other thing I noticed too in those submissions is the engagement process. So there was quite a significant, a lot of those submissions, from iwi did talk about the short timeframes around engagement. And in some instances, I heard the words ineffective, insufficient, and even misleading. So if that's what's being said, is there any more thinking around what an effective engagement strategy might look like as well? Kia ora.
Me, Victor.
No, I just wanted to explore that. You mentioned papakainga, and my understanding is that, maybe I'm wrong, I'm not a planning guru, papakainga is quite permissive, so why aren't they springing up everywhere?
I can give you one example that we know of, and that's...
I'm just speaking out of ignorance here. So.
Oh no, yeah, that's okay. Often, so you'll get isolated land blocks or blocks of land that aren't quite big enough to meet district plan rules when there's no infrastructure. And that's around even marae reserve land. So you might get one block of land and it might be only like 1,200 square metres. Yet if district plan rules changed and you didn't require an offset, you could effectively have 3 times as many whare on one land block. So that's often the situation with whenua Māori, is the block sizes, the individual trust block sizes are too small. You can amalgamate them, but under the district plan or under their property ratings, they actually are individual blocks. So that's also a barrier unless you're able to amalgamate them.
Just through the chair, I'm also a real estate agent. Well, my wife is. I just work for her. But I have had a bit of involvement with papakainga land. One of the biggest barriers is borrowing money. You cannot borrow money against them. No, the second thing is a lot of those blocks. You have a big bunch of them. Why put in a sewage system that could work for a dozen houses for one property? They need to be able to share services. We've got a little bit of that happening down there. So it's a complicated thing dealing with papakainga land, but it's a big solution for some affordable housing because the land is already in the whānau's possession. They have no way to borrow money from a normal bank. So a lot of them are second-tiered lenders, and they get themselves into trouble really quickly with really high interest rates, sometimes reverting to using Visa cards and stuff like that to pay for things, which is not good. So it's a very complicated thing, but they're a really important part of, particularly a Pōtiki. I'm pretty sure in Whakatane's got the same thing, not so much maybe for Kawerau, but it's a big part of us. Out of here might be able to shed a bit of light on that as well.
This side of here.
Well, I was just looking at the map again. Just I don't need reminding, but you can if you go into the map there. There's there's not a lot in the Whakatohea district in terms of Māori land for the reasons that we know. So most of it has moved through the hands into private ownership. But yes, all those barriers for the pieces and little blocks that we some whānau still have are evident and still in play today. So it would be how you break down or remove those barriers, definitely. And the navigation for those that do have, you've got to have something that's meets the compliance and from the council perspective, and B, then there's also, which is even more critical, is the knowledge and time to navigate that whole process, which is incredibly difficult. So yes, so all that. But just in general, I don't have any other comments. As I said, I'm Johnny come lately. I like the idea of principles. It gives a navigational path to the ultimate decisions that you make, but more importantly for the community to see how you've arrived at that. And just to poke the bear, to jump on what Malcolm said, we've got a prime piece of land. It's a private club. Mayor David's a member. We've got a golf club that we'd love to do to do a swap with. But anyway, those are my comments.
I thought you were talking about the Sun Club.
The golf club, Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Look, thank you to the team. Has been mentioned earlier, throughout the submissions, I did see some comments of process, and we're only as good as the inputs that we receive. So that was actually articulated today as well. Can I be very clear, that is not a criticism or a whack, that's just an invitation. And let's be really graceful with ourselves and say, just in little old Kawerau with 7,000 people, I can only but imagine what that looks like for the teams with the larger geographic areas. Let us not rest on our laurels, though, and take that, because there were some groups that were very explicit that said, look, we weren't engaged, or we were engaged very late, or whatever it might be. We just take it on the chin. It is the nature of the chessboard that we play on. If we're getting hoha with our chessboard, it might be time to review if this is the right board that we want to be a part of. So in the service of our people, they will let us know where they've, hopefully when we've engaged well, they will absolutely let us know when we can do better. A couple of observations when I have a look at the submissions. There's a real tension about some of the areas of improvement today versus the 30-year horizon that we're looking for. I'm not sure that was well understood, and it's really tricky to convey that. When I read through the submissions, there's just this, oh my God, 1,500 houses tomorrow type scenario that appears to have been captured when I look at the comments. While that may not be the intent, there is an art. I'm not saying I have it. Know lots of bright people who have it, though, in conveying in the next 10 years it might be this. And for those who are part of council whare, the annual plan, the long-term plan, is in 10-year horizons and outsets that is largely driven by central government statutory timeframes. That's not helpful to people who are living their everyday life in our Eastern Bay area. That doesn't mean we don't try and convey that. It's just everyone else is trying to do what they need to do. But there's some immediate stuff, like a holiday program, I think. I just kind of went, that's not 30-year outset. But where there is, and we spoke earlier today about some of the processes or work streams that we already have in-house team, and I mean this across all of our territorial authorities, there is a way that we convey from the 500 odd comments that I read that were in the table to say this has now been transferred, just to let you know this is part of our annual plan. Just to let you know, we have a regional land transport plan arrangement across the Bay of Plenty where Wakakotahi NZTA funding is in a competitive process across the country. But just to give people a bit of a gauge as to where their comment goes so that this isn't this despondency of, well, that was a waste of time. I took some time to put pen to paper and they've done absolutely nothing about it. I would encourage us to state the obvious. It makes sense. Oh, yeah, we'll put that over there and that stays in this work stream. But just conveying as best we can and simple, in the most simplest language that we can. We had a jargon C-level conversation just as we sat here today because we're in it every day, team. But for those who aren't, let's try and simplify some of these really convoluted processes that we're all part of so that we can bring the Eastern Bay on our journey. Just to our younger arahia, around the iwi partnerships, completely agree. My suggestion is that the Eastern Bay sub-regional arrangement is not the place to hold those relationships. My suggestion is that we keep them close and we keep them on the ground. Never would Te Whare Toa articulate what they believe is best, and I'm not even in the whare anymore, but respectfully, that each of the territorial authorities and the officers of the day hold those relationships closer. That was also conveyed as well. And then the addressing some of those feelings of inadequate timeframes and engagement are better held for all the other pieces of work that we have. Rates policies versus rates legislation, there's a piece of work to be able to convey the way that the funding models that councils have available to them to be able to do what we do. I think there's a piece of work there that can be done. Just in the settlement pattern, there was some mention about the sensitivity or natural hazards. Hot off the press, we're doing some work in our council with our regional council colleagues. I would just encourage us to ātahaere and be very careful about our modelling and the inputs that we use. That's just a hot tip. There have been some extreme weather events around the country that perhaps has heightened some of that modelling to the point where it looks like we're all sitting in wetlands and floodlands, and particularly for our large iwi representatives, that's their whenua, that's where their tipuna are from. It would be unhelpful for us to say you can't build there, when that's actually their land that they've had to fight tooth and nail for in a system. That was not helpful. So just check in with what our inputs are. We've heard some questions about how did we arrive at that number, because we've kind of gone from a no conversation to jumping to 1,500. I believe there was some identification of a deliberate intent not to have Patutatahi Edgecombe for a range of reasons, but it's not explicit. Let's just state the obvious and see how we go, because for the people who live in our communities, they're wondering, I guarantee you, they're asking those questions. Yeah, I'm really looking for, in my view, we've received some feedback. There's an opportunity now to go into each of the individual houses to pick up for the staff. So again, let's not silo what we're doing. I believe a large part of what we're doing is already within the work that we naturally do as council. Let's just convey to the submitter where it's gone and when they can expect to see it. We may see some more engagement in some of the other processes. They've just used the spatial plan to enter the house and come and say hello and introduce themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mayor Phelan, and thank you all, to all the committee members. I think it's fair to say, Ben, that the direction of travel you've articulated is there's broad support for it, but bringing it up into some principles that we can clearly sign off, yeah, this makes sense, would support the meeting on the 18th when we come to make decisions. That's helpful. Malcolm.
Chair, can I just make a comment too, please, about Edgecombe? And we all know that Edgecombe has had its issues since '87 particularly. But since '87, Edgecombe has dropped, the ground area has dropped 2 metres. The sea now has its, the tide comes up to Nio Place, right behind the Regional Council's workshop. But we've got to be very, very careful about how we go out to the public with this, because Edgecombe is a village with a heart. And I don't want to see it absolutely kicked in the guts completely by what we might put in a document and what that does to the value of their properties and the likes. And I know that we've in Kawerau, they've just had a document put in under their nose about a place that has never had a flood in its life, and what that could do to the whole of the now houses that are in that plain, if it gets out that it's a floodplain. And it's not a floodplain, it's just a nonsense. Somebody's plucked it out of the sky and decided that might be a good idea. So yeah, I just beg you, please, let's be very careful of Edgecombe. The other one is that when we're talking about whenua infill and that, places like Ruatoki and Mirapara, they sadly need that input into our plan, I believe, and that's a must. So I'm just putting it out there, but let's be very careful of Edgecombe, please. They don't need any more kicks.
Yeah, kia ora. I've got a flag to talk about communications, and not just probably first of all to our partners and councils, to keep them in the loop and on this journey, let alone the public, and then obviously down the track back to submitters as well, in terms of closing the loop and showing appreciation for all of the advice that they've given and so on. Is that yep?
Yeah. We didn't talk much about electrical infrastructure, but Kāinga Ora, one of the biggest limitations they would have had here is actually supplying power. That comes from them. I'm not making it up.
It's true.
Transpower had their submission there. They emphasised that. The massive amount of investment that's going to be required, which is all, feeds into this greenfields versus established places. It takes a lot of money to lay a kilometre of high voltage cable. It's not cheap. So I think that needs to really be thought out. Now, you can always go off grid, right? 6,500 rating units in this district, about 38% are in the rural areas. Most of them have got catered for themselves with water and wastewater. These days, you can almost go completely off grid. So 38% of the rateable units are in town, but there's a big chunk in the rural areas, and they're off grid already. So this issue about whether our existing models of building municipalities and supplying them with infrastructure is actually even a good idea. And from a resilience point of view, if I could go off grid tomorrow, I would. I wouldn't have to depend on anybody. Once upon a time, solar panels used to be expensive. They're now dirt cheap. You can have storage at home as well. So maybe we have to start thinking differently also in terms of electrical infrastructure, which we all can't live without power, right? As much as, well, I can't anyway, but maybe others can. But there's other ways of doing things. I mean, I'd go tomorrow if I could off grid, off all council services. But anyway, that's an alternative approach.
Thanks, Mayor Victor. So just checking in, Ben, you got all the feedback you need on that topic?
I have lots of feedback, thank you. It was a very, very helpful discussion. Really, it pointed us in a good direction, I think. Happy to work with the project team and the control group around the principles and bring those back on the 18th.
Yep, and feel free, I'm speaking on behalf of PGG members, if you arrive at a bunch of principals, feel free to email that around for some virtual feedback ahead of the 18th.
Can we think about distributed? I mean, the internet works because it's distributed. You know, you don't rely on one thing. You've got connections with everything, so it's worth, I think, from a resilience perspective, to really look at that.
Yeah, we can consider that. Yes.
And that's probably part of that rural residential option. Yep. So moving on to vision and name for the plan. So this was out of the youth workshops, yeah?
Yes, it was, yeah. So we did, in the course of the project, receive some feedback about the name Our Places, which is fairly generic. And I guess in our dreams, we've been looking for a more meaningful name that reflects the spirit of the Eastern Bay. On the 29th of November, we were privileged enough to be able to facilitate a workshop with students from across the Eastern Bay and had about 50 kids in this room itself, and some of you were in attendance as well there, which was great. Through that workshop, we had a series of names proposed by the students, as well as vision statements, and we've gone through as a project team and just said, well, here's a few good options. We haven't polished these or amended them from what the students provided, so I guess we're inviting you to have a think about whether you'd like any of these names or vision statements, or whether you'd like us to put in place a bit of a process with the governance group to, through the course of the next series of meetings, come up with a new name for the project. As voted by the project team, on the left you have the 3 top-rated vision statements, and on the right the top-rated names. The next slide has the full list. If you'd like some more ideas, they're on that one. But again, really opening up to the governance group to look at whether you'd like to consider this, whether you like anything on the screen, or if you want us to put in place a process going forward about this topic.
Just through the chair, please. Thank you. I was either fortunate or unfortunate enough to be in the room when that was raised with our students, with our future mayors, chairs and councillors and council staff, but only with our students would be my observation. So for the other spatial plan workshops that I attended, that same offer or thinking or consideration wasn't invited into those spaces. When I have a look, Chair, at all the PGG members and anybody else who actually isn't in attendance to today, I would be loath to dive in and pick one, given that actually we've got a number of members that are not in attendance to today, and we actually had a reminder from one of our submitters that they'd somehow, some way dropped off and would like to be re-invited back to the table. I just support carry forward in action. The Our Places, when I was with the tauira of our across the whole east of the Eastern Bay Plenty that day, there was nothing at all about the placeholder that spoke to the Eastern Bay. Rather than having preferential treatment, it's just the fact that it's only been offered to one facilitated workshop, not to everybody who's participated. Wasn't an invitation to any of the submitters, though had it been, I just wonder what else might have come from that. I'd like to see the action pushed forward, and there's been some great suggestions to me, for me, particularly where there is a suggested te reo, some of our pakeke might better guide that. While I look across the entire Eastern Bay of Plenty as to how that might be conveyed for the whole rohe. Thank you.
Suggestion that we hold this and carry it forward until there's a greater membership around the table. Adi here?
Can I just add that it might be worth, you've got Titiro ki tō pai tawhiti up there, which it might be worth prior to that seeking a more, the same essence of a sentence, but one that is grammatically correct and has correct spelling might help.
To the Chair, please, we do have that from over here, PAE, P-A-E maybe. However, I would be loath for us to make that. That's why you refer back to your pakeke, they will guide you more. And a lot of those kaumātua actually talk across their PAE with all their different tani as well. Some great suggestions, and actually that came pure of heart from our rangatahi who attended that workshop, so the intent was really beautiful. It was not just about today, but actually about mua popo, was the kōrero, the conversation I had with them. Thank you.
Yeah, and if we think about, so I support everything that's been said, if we think about other similar processes, they've got names like smart growth, future proof. I think one thing I've noticed though in this project is it's not just about tomorrow, it's about today. And so trying to capture that today, tomorrow, and in the name as opposed to just the future, looking after what we have already. So, yeah, worthy of a further conversation. So that made up for the long agenda item, the last agenda item, Ben?
Yes, thank you. That was a nice, happy discussion. I'm happy to receive that direction. Thank you.
Okay.
Shall I continue? Yes, this is the final slide, and just a bit of a reminder about next steps and looking ahead. We had an idea around the 18th of December governance group meeting, which was looking at confirming some of the responses to submissions from the project team. I think hearing today that we'd like to refocus that around the principles, which are in fact a response to the submissions. And we'll shape up that agenda, reshape that agenda with that in mind. We'll share those as soon as we can in terms of timeline, bearing in mind that the team's under a fair bit of pressure to produce at the moment in the space we do have. Looking ahead to next year, we'll map out a clear plan around governance group meetings, some of the milestones we have, and come back to you with dates and bookings and purpose. I think you can expect to have a fairly influential role into the spatial plan next year as we actually draft the plan, which will be great to get to as a milestone, and consider some of the related implementation activities that we'd be recommending. Overall timelines, we are hoping to consult again on a draft plan around May or so, and then bring the resultant final draft plan through for approvals before end of August.
Mayor Victor?
He's getting sick of me talking, but we had a presentation from Ngāti Rangatihi, but we didn't hear, did we hear from any others? And I don't recall seeing any in the...
We have submissions from other iwi.
Oh, we did we?
Yep. There are now either electronically and or...
yeah, but in person, I guess there's only one.
Yeah.
I think if I can add to that maybe, or provide some of the reasoning for that. I'm unsure for Te Whānau Panui, Ngai Tai Te Whakatōhea, why they didn't contribute, because this is at Eastern Bay. But from our perspective, and I wanted to comment on this earlier, a lot of the iwi and hapu submissions talked about ineffective or misleading engagement to the extent that Te Awapunga exists. Those iwi and hapu that we're working with knew that this submission process was open, and so we were able to help draft with them around engagements. But beyond that, and the existence of Te Awapunga for those particular iwi that we're working with, I'm not sure how across the Eastern Bay of Whene Spatial Plan they actually are.
That would be Whakatōhea. We're in a just received settlement on the 5th of June, so we've literally been building the plane to receive the settlement and have not been able to accord at all any time to this.
Coming back to principles, my understanding is that in respect of engagement with hapu and iwi, each council is taking responsibility for that primarily, as opposed to the PGG. Now, if I've got that wrong, tell me, but I think those relationships are held by each council, and seeking that those councils not speak on behalf of the iwi, but encourage those iwi to get involved.
If I may please, through the chair, happy for Kawerau District Council to own, as I spoke to earlier, that relationship needs to sit in our community today, tomorrow, beyond October 2025 local body elections, because the work that we do is far more enduring than actually just the piece and the plan that we have today. I'll also caveat that with sometimes the plans do change, but the intent shouldn't change if we get those principles right. Chair, thank you.
And note that I've just heard the English translation of our name a second time. Today, tomorrow. Can I check though, in terms of our terms of reference, look, next steps, if we are in effect making decisions or direction of travel on the submissions, how do we check in with our partner? We've got going to improve processes with our iwi, but in terms of, I suppose, I don't want a situation where we make a call in terms of different settlements or give direction to the team on those different settlements. What's the process to make sure our councils are going to be comfortable with that direction? Is that, in other words, we're not making that direction public until we've checked back in with our partner councils? Or I'm just trying to, and how that relates to feedback to submitters.
Yeah, that's a great question. We've not proposed to provide any publication of how we're responding to submitters until next year, which early next year. So that gives us a window where we were intending to provide an informational update to each council as to the proposed response. I don't know that we have time for a series of workshops with each council to fully work through all the details.
Maybe it's at least a report, a written report that can go to each council, and perhaps, depending on the iwi, to each iwi as well, and get feedback on that report, and that gives us a bit of a mandate to keep going. And some robustness around what feeds into the draft plan for May next year. Is it?
Yeah, I think we can accommodate that. Yeah.
How do other members feel about that?
Through the chair, to honour the submissions that have been made, we're not going to whip together in a couple of weeks, and I would actually caution us not to, but just to acknowledge receipt of, acknowledge some of the things that have been raised here today. So some are not for the next 30-year horizon, some are actually included in our current annual plan, long-term plan works. Just in acknowledgement, you can pick those up more specifically for each of the submissions. So look, some of the feedback in the past has been that it's very labour intensive, not as labour intensive as the individual who's not as familiar with our processes, yet still took the time to make a submission, would be my encouragement. But this side of Christmas, it would be great for those who took the time and engaged. In some cases, and I'll just say it, frustratingly, sometimes there are some more localised matters that need to be addressed within the House that have been raised to a sub-regional, and in some cases a Bay of Plenty regional arena. So let's just acknowledge receipt of that, just acknowledge that we may have to work our way through in one or three different ways, but just that initial acknowledgement up front, and pick up the specific priorities, pieces of work, or wherever it sits in the new year. I'd like to see that, Chair, please, if that's possible through our team.
All good, Ben? Thank you. That's our last agenda item? Yep. Just go around the committee members. Anything else to raise?
Chair, there is something I wanted to just bring up before we finish today, and that's a number of submitters put in about a second bridge. I hate to bring this up for probably the 100th time over the 20 years that I've been around the table, but we actually put this on the table, let's go back, it was Colin Hammond's days, and we actually had that go through NZTA at that particular time. It had the backing of the 3 mayors of the districts of the Eastern Bay of Plenty, and it was there until the next elections come along, and then a new mayor came along and says, mainly because he doesn't live in Wakatani, we don't need another bridge, it's a waste of money, waste of time, bang, and it went off the table. And you didn't have to say that twice to NZTA in those days, you know that, you've been around longer, know that. So it certainly did come off the table, and the unfortunate part about it, if it goes on the table today, we're talking 10 years out. And so I think it's something that we really need to be very, very conscious of, and that if we do want it, it needs to go on the agenda. The mayor has already made noises about that. He would certainly get my backing, and I hope the backing from the rest of the mayors around here, but also from the mayor of Gisborne, because it is a very, very important issue. Should there be, and we've already had the bridge down the road here fall down once at Christmas time. So it is something of significance, but we're talking about 10 years before you get a bridge there. I'm just telling you that now. And we need to put it on there to make sure that any other future mayor comes along and goes, oh no, bugger that, we don't want that, it's too dear. Because it was, as I say, if Colin Hammond put it there, we might even be starting to dig the hole now and start getting the bridge going, but that got pushed off the agenda.
Just so we're all on the same page, Malcolm, location of the second bridge?
I think it might pay to ask Mayor Victor that, but there's a couple of ideas that have been mooted around. Okay. What do you actually want? Do you want a 4-lane bridge? Which, to do that, probably the best way to do a 4-lane bridge is similar to what we've got in Tauranga. Well, here, listen to me, what we've got in Tauranga. Everybody think I live there. God forbid. But right next to the other one, or are we going for route security? And route security doesn't really mean that if you had one upstream necessarily, that it is route security, because you've got State Highway 2 going through Waimana Gorge, and there's a number of submitters, and I've read some of the submitters there from, they want to do something about the Waimana Gorge, which I totally agree with, or even drill a hole through the bloody thing. So, and that's thinking way out there, and that's good, but, we haven't got the money to do that, and you've got to be realistic about it. But there's that one, and then there's the at the end of the Waimana, up at Waimana there, where you go over the little creek, and it's a death trap, that thing. So those are the sort of things we really need to look for the future, I think. But the bridge, if you want to put it on there, it's got to go on tomorrow, or it should go on yesterday. How's that? That's my opinion.
So it sounds like
Mayor Victor where you might want it.
Well, I mean, the bridge, second river crossing, actually.
That's the way.
What was it called? Was part of one of our bids for the Regional Transport Committee. And I'm just putting aside the Pikitahi Bridge. It's on the State Highway. It's already in the State Highway improvements process. So that's already running. And what Pikitahi said, they're going to resurface, and then they're going to upgrade the thing, and then at some point in the next 10 or 20 years they're going to do something about that bridge. It's a 400 metre long structure, and when it comes to location, I ain't no bridge engineer, but I did read our most comprehensive report that we've had, and we've been talking about it for 20 years, is second crossing. So the most comprehensive reports is the Gabbets and Porter report. And so I don't presume to know about bridges, but they analysed all traffic flows around the district. They have done some they did modelling, and that in those days the modelling codes and software probably weren't the best. But it is quite a comprehensive study, and it came down to the best option being at the south end of town, feeding onto Ottawa Street, which is what I've put in the newspaper. That is the best option that they came up with. It's going to require advocacy, so I've been pushing hard for it, and even drafted a proposal, which I've drafted, which has gone to our traffic managers and whatnot, and they will work on that. We need more traffic measurements to be done, because the ones that we've got in date back 23 and they go back about 5 years, that's all. So we know what the traffic counts were as of 23. So there's quite a bit of work to be done, and that's only a proposal. It's not a business case. What we asked for under the regional transport plan was funding for a proper business case, but we never got it. So we'll start with a proposal, stick it under the minister's nose. That minister, the transport minister, was here in town in April of 23, and the first question he asked us, do you have a proposal? So unless you've got something on a bit of paper that you can actually send to somebody and say, this is what we want, and advocate for it, then just words are nothing. So, you know, it's got to be a document. So that's what we're trying to do, produce a document.
Okay. Nothing else from you, Victor?
No.
Jackie, nothing?
Thanks, Malcolm, for raising
Yeah.
it.
Jackie, you good?
Nothing major to add, just thank you to our chairman, thank you to the project group, and also a bit of a shout out to Arahia and her team for providing the technical support for some of those submitters. That's great, so kia ora.
Yeah. Tautoko. Yeah, David?
No, I've got nothing to add. I think the 2 mayors have used up their allotment, so. No, and look, we've got to talk, and just talking about the bridges, we've got another bridge that's been on the Matakirapu Bridge. It's the only way to Gisborne. I would be standing on it when a truck was coming the other way. We'll have a look at next time we're going over. But yeah, look, we've got to support each other in all these things. Got to stick together, and this is partly what we're doing here. Just one little thing about a lot. Arahia's, my Arahia's talked about the. We've been working right through the spatial planning, and it's done a lot of work with our groups. It's very taxing, the time, they need a lot of warning, because they're pulled all over the place for different things. So as much time as possible to warn them when things are coming up, to have them here. So that's all. Thank you very much, everyone.
And to note, our other ara here is whakatohia ngai tai and te whana punui as well. So, Mayor Faylene.
Nothing further from me, Chair, thank you. Mea moa.
Ara here, you're good?
Nothing.
I good?
I think, the comments that were made about whether industry versus residential development, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? It's a debate that I've been having in council as well, because I maintain that the historical way that things have happened is that the industry comes, and then, thinking of farming as an initial industry here, well, even, flax processing, whatever, farming, and then people come, and then the mill, and then people come, and then the government built the houses. So for me, people come if there's places to work. So I tend to think that it's a bit of both. There's a sort of an equilibrium with, heavily swayed towards industry. So we should think about that. And the energy conversation comes in there too, because there are 12 users in this district that probably use more than 50% of the power. So one of them's across the bridge there. Even their boiler's 35 megawatts. That's enough for a shit ton of houses, put it in technical terms. So energy's critical in the discussion. That's all. From an industrial point of view, and and for residential.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so coming to a close, before I close, can I start off by thanking our submitters for the time and energy they've put into this process to help us end up with a plan that is more robust. So thank you, and in particular that our two submitters are still here. Thank you both. To our iwi, obviously, who are very important partners in this process, and tau ngā mihi kia koe arihia mō tō mahi rangatira ki a rātou. Thank you arihia for all your support, and obviously to our staff for the great work that you've done to make sense of those thousands of submission points, to bring it to something that's we can digest and make sense of, and obviously to our the fellow members of the PGG, our mayors, to our councillor, Malcolm, to you, Jackie, and to you, Arihia, as well, for being here. I know that you're all very busy. I know that we do need to schedule in more meetings next year if we to get this into a shape that we can recommend to our councils. So heads up that 25 will probably be seeing more of each other. So with that, if there's nothing else, I'll close our hui. Nō reira me no tātou kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki ukuraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga taitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake ake, amene.